excuse me while waiting. Can I give you the copies sa PDF? I tried sending it sa class rep. Kahapon niya, dili ko siya masend. Dili siya masend through messenger. I'll send it through, through airdrop. Yeah, please share na to the group. I've been trying to send it since yesterday. Yeah, yesterday.
Okay. Ang kanina lang ko screen. Ay, it's working na sir. Okay, so we'll have Liz for today and PPA as well. Now, there will be topics nga di na gid mo discuss such as biological assets, past 8, but still those are covered. Ang dili covered katong naa sa list. Accounting for income tax. Unsa ba to? Can I have a copy of that? Katong bitong gibagita. I'll take a picture. And for the test map, I'll send it. Maybe okay. I made some changes, but.
Yeah, we'll choose one. Sa last one here.
So, walay appeal ang income tax, interim reporting, operating segments, single entry, di na ito i-appeal although a cash accrual is included. Related party disclosures, earnings per share, book value per share, hyperinflation, SMEs, derivatives, and other reporting frameworks. Again, although wala ni na-discuss, included gihapon ang intangible assets, biological asset, financial reporting framework, CFAS. Sabi lang sila. Okay. So let's start with lessor. Okay, wala lang kay difference si lessor o si si Valix and si Wegan, no? So for one, I will definitely not include sale and leaseback. So lessor, but walay appeal si sale and leaseback. Walay labot sa part, but eventually in IRC ma-appeal na siya. So after you've hurdled the part, you study kaning mga items nga wala na akong i-appeal. So appeal ang walay appeal ang sale and leaseback. So let's start with lessor accounting. So we have two types of lessor accounting. We have operating lease and finance lease. And under finance lease, we have two subtypes: direct financing and sales type. So operating lease is the one that you normally do in basic accounting. Debit cash, credit rent income. That's it. Debit cash, credit rent income. Or debit rent receivable, credit rent income. So when do we know if it's operating or finance? Now this is the rule before under PAS 17. That means si lessee and si lessor had the same criteria. So in a transaction, it's easier. Kay if it's finance lease, both parties will account for it as finance lease. If it falls under operating lease, then both parties will account for it under operating lease. But with IFRS 16, which changes the lessee accounting, there's a possibility that two parties will account for the same transaction differently. So mainly for lessor accounting, the general rule is operating, unless it falls under these criteria. So there's transfer of ownership at the end of the lease term, bargain purchase option, okay, and that of course the option should be there's reasonable certainty that the option will be exercised. The lease term, the first two are the primary indicators of finance lease. The second, the Charlie and Delta, these are more suggestive in nature, but nonetheless they are still considered as indicators. Lease term is for a major part of the economic life of the underlying asset, and by major part we mean 75%. And the last one is that the present value of the lease payment amounts to substantially all of the fair value of the underlying asset. And by substantially, we mean at least 90%. So do not mix up those percentages. Okay, so there are other criteria as well. Although for problems, for exam purposes, this comes out possibly arena sa theories, not some problem. Number one, the underlying asset is so specialized, so customized, such that it's only beneficial for the lessee. Okay, if the asset is customized for the lessee, then intended beneficial use is transferred to the lessee. Otherwise, wala on dato siya specialized so that the lessor can just sell it to another person if that was the intention in the first place. So these four other criteria are suggestive na the main intention in the contract is really to transfer beneficial ownership. Two, if the lessee can cancel the lease, the lessor's losses associated with the cancellation are borne by the lessee, which makes it hard for the lessee to get out of the contract. So again, it implies the intention of having it as finance lease. You have gains or losses of the fluctuation accrued to the lessee. The lessee has the ability to continue the lease for a secondary period at a rent that is substantially lower. So you have suggestive. Now, land and building lease. In determining whether the land element is an operating lease or a finance lease, an important consideration is that land has an indefinite economic life. So when determining the major portion, you have to consider an indefinite economic life ang land. So if you can allocate the lease payment between land and building, then you allocate and account for it separately. Most likely for land, operating lease; for building, it could be finance lease. However, if the lease payments cannot be allocated reliably, then the entire lease is classified as finance. So for operating lease, again, operating lease, these are the normal rent. You debit cash or you debit rent receivable, credit rent revenue or rent income. The only thing is that the lessor shall recognize lease payment as income, either a straight line basis or a systematic basis. For example purposes, in most cases, it's straight line basis, regardless of the cash receipts. For example, if the rent na inyong nasabutan is 1 million for 3 years, so each year, you debit cash, you credit 1 million. The next year, debit cash, credit 1 million. But what if unequal payments? Maingon siya, sa first year, 1 million. Sa second year, 2 million. Sa third year, 3 million. So how much income will you recognize? You add everything divided by the lease term. So 1 million sa first year, 2 million sa second year, 3 million sa third year, a total of 6 million. Divided by 3 years term, each year you're going to recognize 2 million income. So on the first year, pila may madawati mo? Only 1 million. So debit cash, 1 million. Debit rent receivable, 1 million. And credit rent income, 2 million. On the second year, debit cash, 2 million. And credit rent income, 2 million. On the last year, debit cash, 3 million. But you credit rent income only 2 million. And lastly, credit rent receivable, 1 million. So the important thing is that in every year, equal ang income. So the income will be recognized on a straight line basis regardless of cash receipt. Another example, what if as an incentive to the lessee, ang first year kay libre, no? Ang iyang pabayaran ra is 1.5 on the second year, 1.5 million, another 1.5 million on the third year. Nya, libre ang first year. Do we recognize income in the first year? Yes. Because we add everything divided by the lease term. So 0 sa first year, 1.5 million sa second year, another 1.5 million sa third year. All in all, total collection is 3 million. So divided by 3, you recognize income 1 million each. But because sa first year, wala ba kay gi-collect, we just debit rent receivable, credit rent income. Klaro ha? Every year, it must be the same. Now, in an operating lease, since there's no transfer of ownership, the lessor carries the responsibility for the executory cost, the MIT, maintenance, insurance, and taxes. Initial direct costs incurred by the lessor in an operating lease shall be added to the carrying amount of the underlying asset and recognized as an expense over the lease term. Now, in the book of Alex, instead of debiting it to the asset, to the asset subject to the lease, yang i-debit of what you call deferred acquisition cost. It's like a prepayment. Then you just divide it over the lease term. The same thing with Wagan, pero si Wagan, lahi lang iyang account. But same thing. Security deposit, of course, security deposit received is accounted for as liability. And lease bonus. What if nagihatag nga additional kwarta si lessee to the lessor, no? Apart from your contractual arrangement, then the lease bonus will be amortized over the lease term. So any lease bonus received by the lessor will be divided over the lease term. Again, if there are unequal rental payments, you add everything divided by the lease term, such that each period you'll have the same income. You will notice na or another systematic basis. In most problems I have encountered, in all problems I have encountered actually, it's more of straight line. So if I'll give an exam concerning this, it will be straight line as well. Now let's go to direct financing lease. Now the discussion of Valix and Wagan, pare-parehara, although mas detailed lang gid si Valix. Okay. So it doesn't mean nga Wagan ang gi-follow, wala say problem sa PRACFIN nga magawas. It's possible nga magawas ang PRACFIN, but as long as it will not violate the rules of Wagan. Okay? So the main distinction between the two is the gross profit. Direct financing is essentially pautang. Okay? Imong gipautang and then that's it. You collect na lang the payments plus the interest. So in direct financing, your sole income is interest income. That's it. But in sales type lease, it's a mode of selling. No? More about cash sales, installment sales. It's a mode of sale. Nga imong gipautang based on the selling price. Kaysa direct financing manggod, technically based on cost na siya plus IDCs. So wala kay patong. Imo lang jud gipautang and then you collect the principal plus the interest. But for sales type lease, imong gipautang with patong, with a gross profit. So in a sales type lease, you recognize two income, the interest income and the gross profit. Take note, at the date of initial conception of the lease, commencement of the lease, you recognize the gross profit in full. Ang imo i-recognize over the lease term is the interest income. Di pasabot kay ang lease term 3 years, i-allocate po nimong gross profit of 3 years. Okay, you recognize it in full. So direct financing, Again, it's pautang, no? Walay gross profit. So you have your gross investment is equal to the gross rental plus the residual value, whether added or not. And then net investment is equal to the cost of the asset plus IDC, as I have said. And then you have unearned interest income, the difference between the gross investment and the net investment. Now, you will wonder, Casey, what he classifies as lease receivable, no? If you'll be asked, unsa man ang i-debit nimo to the lease receivable. Now, if we're following Valix, if we're going to journalize, the journal entry would be this: debit lease receivable equal to the gross investment, no? And then credit unearned interest income, credit unearned interest income, such that ang net investment nimo, ang net lease receivable, it's not the entry there. What I mean to say is the presentation. When we present in the statement of financial position, you have the gross investment as our lease receivable minus unearned interest income. Then you have the net investment. Now, the amount that is presented in the financial statement is the net investment. So if you are asked in the problem, how much lease receivable should be presented in the statement of financial position, you present the net of unearned interest. Or, to state it differently, the present value. Okay? The present value. Sa kana nga portion, actually, si Weygandt and si Valix similar. Difference lang naka-differ lang ni Valix is that in Exonia's computation, na magud siya gross investment, or he calls it magud lease receivable minus unearned interest equals your net investment. Just like AR ba, when we present AR, we don't present the gross AR. We deduct allowance for doubtful accounts to get the NRV. What appears in your financial statement is NRV, not the gross amount. So same here. Kung tanong mo, pilay lease receivable, it's not equal to gross investment, it's equal to the net investment. Dapat nang klaro kaya if you're reading the book of Valix, ang iyang may butang is lease receivable or mga gross investment. But ang imo i-present sa financial statement should be net. So in recognizing interest income, same as usual, we use effective interest method. So presentation, so it depends now if it's collectible within 1 year, could be current, otherwise it is non-current. So for sales type lease, you have gross profit, as I have mentioned. Then you have the gross investment equal to the gross rentals, technically similar to direct financing. Net investments, still the same, equal to the present value of gross rentals plus present value of the residual value. And then unearned interest, same thing. Asa sila nag-differ? Because you have another entry for sales and cost of goods sold. So aside from the normal entries that you have, okay, you also make an entry to record the sales and to record the cost of goods sold. Now, sales is recorded equal to the net investment of the lease or the fair value, whichever is lower. To be to follow Weygandt, no? And in most problems, but even in Valix, it's the net investment ang i-credit sa sales. Okay? It's the net investment. We will not have that problem na nag-differ ang net investment and fair value sa part. Very, very technical, especially in the book of Valix. Lease, in IA3, it's lease and pension ang pinakalisod. By the way, ay nag-discuss sa pension si Dr. D, di ba? What did you do about the interest sa kuan pa service cost? Did he follow Valix or Weygandt? valid, meaning di siya mag-recognize interest sa past service cost. Diretso na. It's easier that way. Huwag yung magkawigan. Ako okay naman ko. Ikaw na kumabot sa exam. Okay ra sa lease wigan. Kaya kung mag-valix ta, well, we have sale and lease back, lease modification.
Ay, sige sir, mawigan lang ta. Ay, support.
Pero naman yung lease modification si Wigan? Wala ba? Sige, we will not have lease modifications. Now, this thing is this is for part purposes. For IRC, you must learn this. Kaning part man good, of course, we can reason out nga wala man i-discuss during the semester. Okay. Pero when it comes to IRC, when it comes to the board exam, even if wala i-discuss, you should study it. Kaya you cannot say it to the board exam na, uy, wala man i-discuss, bonus dili pwede. So, no lease modification, no sale and lease back. Now, so you have, again, sale is normally equal to the net investment and cost of goods sold. Now, will the guaranteed and unguaranteed residual value affect the computation? Normally, if it's unguaranteed, you deduct the present value from both. No? So, imong gross profit is still the same. Okay, the gross profit is still the same. So if there's unguaranteed, okay, if there's unguaranteed, the present value of the unguaranteed residual value is not included in the sales. And at the same time, it's also not included or deducted in the cost of goods sold. Thus, your gross profit remains the same. Okay. So, return of asset to the lessor, actual sale of the underlying asset. Now, if there is transfer of ownership at the end of the lease term, or there is bargain purchase option, there is no need for any other entry at the end of the lease term. You just debit lease receivable and then credit cash. Normally, if there's a bargain purchase option, ang pinaka-last nga amount nga balance is equal to the bargain purchase option. Now, if there is a guaranteed residual value, it's the same thing. The last amount is equal to the guaranteed residual value. So you just debit. If it will revert back to the owner, you debit the equipment, then credit lease receivable for the guaranteed residual value. Now, actual sale of the underlying asset, this occurs if it is sold when a lessor actually sells the asset that it has been leasing under finance lease before the end of the lease term. So this applies before the end of the lease term. So you just compute the difference between the sales price and the lease receivable, na net, meaning the net investment. The difference between the sales price and the net lease receivable is recognized in profit or loss. So we'll skip sale and lease back. Okay, lisod ang sale and lease back. Sale and lease back na dyan nakalisodan. This is so matuyog ni. This is actually a summary I made way before. So you have your lessor, determinative suggestive criteria for operating lease, rent should be equal. Again, it's possible nga systematic, but problems based on experience is always equal. Lessor bears the executory cost, even the depreciation. Always remember, not res ipsa loquitur, res perit domino. You have that in Oblicon? The thing perishes with the owner. So, if you're the owner, if you're the lessor, you record the depreciation. Initial direct cost recorded by the lessor is recognized as deferred acquisition cost amortized of the lease term. Lease bonus received by the lessor recognized as unearned income, unearned rent, and amortized over the lease term. So you have there the difference now. Now this one is, I have Valix here and I have Wagant as well. So let's try these. Of course, we'll skip patong mga kuan. We will skip the sale in leaseback if there's any. No, just a short data gathering na. I'm sure you've read Valix by now. And I'm sure you've seen how challenging it is as compared to Wagan. In your experience, would you rather have Valix in full, di mo ma-confuse on what to follow, despite it being difficult, or you'll have the Wagan? No, this will not apply sa part, ha? Okay, part is settled. I'm asking for the what I plan ba for the next years, mga younger years ninyo. So mas better Valix na lang all the way. Bahalag lisod kaayo. Bahalag na sale in leaseback, bahalag na lease modification. Kaysa maglibog. Klaro? Lisod kayong to na if duha. Oh, lagi. Hopefully mo budge yung department. We have been trying like a year na siguro or more. And but we don't know yet. Okay, if you've seen the announcement regarding the TOS sa Sipale, they're trying to pattern it na good after this USC-JPIA. Kanang, di ba, di pa mo apply sa inyo, no? Nanaba na sa inyong board subject ang information systems and control? Wala pa? 2029. So, nana siya, which is actually patterned after USC-JPIA. So, I don't know, maybe even the topic siguro mo convert sa, I'm not sure. So, most ng reason nga basing mong gi-push siguro ang foreign author because eventually that's the path of the accountancy profession. So, we're not sure. Okay, so rent received in advance. Again, this is based on Valix, ha? Rent received in advance by the lessor in an operating lease should be recognized as revenue when delta over the lease term. Now, if there is a choice nga when earned, that would be a better answer. But without that, given lang the choices, the best answer is delta. 2, when a lessor recognizing income a non-refundable lease bonus paid by the lessee when over the lease term. 3. Lease payment under operating lease shall be recognized as income on a straight line basis. Again, if na option na straight line basis or any other systematic basis, that is a better answer. Next, in an operating lease that is recorded by the lessor, the equal monthly rental should be, that's right, delta. 5. Which statement characterizes an operating lease? Answer is? Best answer is delta. So, lessor records the depreciation and the revenue. Number 6. The classification of a lease as either operating or finance is based on what? Answer is bravo. Transfer of risk and reward. Transfer of risk and reward. Number 7. All of the following situation would prima facie lead to a lease being classified as finance except for what? Bravo. Answer is delta. What makes delta wrong? Should be 90%. That 75 and 90% are actually based on US GAAP, not IASB. But still, it's mamukoy magawa sa board exam. Number 8. In case of a lease of land and building, the lease payment should be split based on fair value. 9. Where there is lease of land and building and title of land is not transferred, generally the lease is treated as, answer is Charlie. If there's no transfer sa land, again, going back sa major portion of the economic life, land has an indefinite useful life. So regardless if yun sa kadugay, it's quite difficult to have that presumption of transfer. Building, on the other hand, normally 20 years. So if you leased it for 20 years also, then definitely it falls under finance. Next is 10. Accounting concept that is principally used to classify leases as operating in finance. Substance over form. So this is one example yet of substance over form. The form of the contract is lease, but the substance essentially there's a transfer of risk and rewards of ownership. That's why it's treated as a transfer. 11. Which statement is correct regarding lease capitalization criteria? When you say lease capitalization criteria, when you consider it as finance lease. So which one is correct? To the lessor? Answer is Charlie or Delta? Or Alpha? Charlie, Delta. Answer is Charlie. What makes Delta wrong?
Fair value.
More than 90%.
At least. Charlie, yapon naman.
Ang 75 kay at least 75%. Okay? 12. Which condition would require lease capitalization? Nawag tango sa choice. Answer is Charlie. Next, for problems. beginning of the current year, ABC Company. Okay. You answer? Okay, I will get my tablet. We'll discuss with PPA later. Ang kanilang sa ating statistics. And then PPA later, we'll also discuss, we'll agree if unsa to i-follow.
But so far, so sa tanan na to tapos sa kasi kay all baliks and here.
Yes. Yes.
So mao pa niyang way gato so far.
Yes, mao pa niyang weekend. Kaysa borrowing cost, we follow baliks kanipang weekend. Kaya ni-focus na mo gid mo sa weekend, murag IA3 naman siguro ninyo. Kaya IA1 ninyo, I remember, ang inyong syllabus was based baliks in weekend pa to. Ang IA3 may pure weekend na gito. Answer for number 13 is alpha. So you have a deferred acquisition cost of 150,000 amortized over 10 years. Next. What is the gross investment of the lease? Gross investment of the lease is the absolute amount of rentals plus the absolute amount of residual value, whether guaranteed or not. And that would be Bravo. What about for Charlie? For 15. What's the net investment in the lease? So it's equal to the cost of the equipment plus initial direct cost. So 5 million plus 250. That's Bravo. Meeting. What is the total interest income over the lease term? When you say total interest income over the lease term, that is your unearned interest income. And that is the difference between 14 and 15, which is 2,550,000. Again, the difference between 7.8 and 5,250. What about the last one? What is the interest income for the current year? Now, in this problem, you would have to compute for the interest rate. Wala may do you have cycle? Diba the present value is equal to 5,250, right? Plus PV of rent plus PV of RV. That means it would be 5,250. This is end beginning of the year bagid. 1 minus 1 plus x raised to the power of negative pila ka years? 8 over x times 1 plus x times pila itong annual rental times 900 plus residual value 600,000 divided by 1 plus x raised to the power of 8, and then solve for x. Possible.
Ay, sir, ayun lang, sir.
Possible.
Sir, maluwi ka ng usawa ng item, sir.
There are other ways to compute na even if you don't have this. I told you last time. You can work your way back. Again, there's only 4 choices. So, how do you compute the interest income? How do you compute the interest income? Principal times or the balance multiplied by the interest rate, right? Or the net investment multiplied by the interest rate. So we have 4 choices. That means we have 4 theories to test. So let's start with letter A. 594 divided by pila kita tong net investment? 5,250,000. Sige. 594 divided by 5,250. That's 11 point. Sa letter B, pila? Pila ka percent? 10%. C, 630 divided by 12%. And D, 8.57. So, you have 4 interest rates. I'd suggest you compute for the present value using those. Naman kay info sa imong annual, di ba? 900K per year, beginning of the year. Then you have the residual value. You get the present value of these and see unsay pinakaduol sa 5 to 50. That's an easier way. Pila yung present value of 11.31. Hindi ko ba gamit ano yung calcul lagi? Kinsa na eh. Cycle baro ka ito balik eh. 12%? Kinsa tayo na-calculate yung cycle? Thank you. Okay, I'll solve. So, I will test first letter A. Ako i-test si letter A. Yes.
Anong bigay ang effective rate of the gamit, sir?
Which is effective rate? The implicit?
Yes, sir. Mag-complete lang yung user.
Basta mong good, okay. I understand. What mo good ni discuss ni Wigan. If there's IDC, the implicit rate might change. If there's IDC, the implicit rate might change. And nasa di siya sa loans payable, I think, na mausab sa ang market interest rate because of the direct initial direct cost. That's why ako, what I do is I normally test. It's easier mo good if na ani. So I'll compute based on 11.31. Pila ganito ang residual value ani? 600. So let's start first if 11.31. If 11.31, the residual value, the present value is 5,637,869. Yes. Yeah, that's correct then. No? So 5 to 50 minus 900 divided by what? What I did, i-treat ako siya as ordinary annuity. So 5 to 50 minus 900 times 0.12. Is 5 to 2. It comes out already gapon. So bravo. Actually, my answer is also bravo. But what I did, gi-prepare na ko ang table amortization table. That's easier. This is easier. There's an easier way to do it. Okay, given that it's annuity due, you deduct 5 to 50 minus 900,000 and then you multiply it directly by the implicit interest rate. So this implicit interest rate is after na they considering the initial direct cost. So you can have that method. It's way easier. If ako good, since I've been through Valix, if na IDC, I always test. I'm sure if you've read na Valix nga there are chances nga mausab ang mga market interest rate if there are initial direct costs. Sige, so let's continue with number 18. Owns an office building, normally charges tenants 3,000 per square meter. Because the occupancy rate is low, so the company agreed to lease 1,000 square meter to 4 years at 1,200 per square meter for the first year of the 3-year operating lease. The rent for remaining years will be 3,000 per square meter. And lessee paid the first year's rent in advance. What amount of rental revenue should be reported? Answer is? Answer is alpha. Alpha? Answer is Charlie. Answer is Charlie. Okay, multiplied by? The annual is 24 times 9/12. So it's Charlie. September man ang question. Next. Okay, this one is rent-free at first. 5-year term. Under the terms of operating lease, rent for the first year is 800. 2 years, from year 2 to year 5, it's 1 to 50. But the first 6 months is free. So under the terms of the operating lease, what amount should be recognized as rental income? Answer is Charlie, that's correct. So you have 1 to 50 times 4 years plus 400. Okay, free man ang 6 months. Then again, divided by 5. Next. What is the net investment? No, wala na given yung cost. Ano na cost na given? Okay. Take note on sa effect ha if unguaranteed. Take note sa effect if unguaranteed. Answer for number 20 is Charlie. That is cost of the equipment less present value of the unguaranteed residual value. That's why imong sales would also be less the unguaranteed sale. Kaya ang imong sale normally is equal to the net investment. Next, what is the annual rental over the lease term? Naikida akong answer but it's the closest na gyapon. 8 years, 8 years. Try 3 decimal places, 5.335. 5.335. Sakto na eh. 5.335. Answer is? Answer is alpha. So your answer in 20 divided by 5.335. What amount of interest income should be recognized for the current year? Interest income for the current year is? Answer is? Answer is alpha. So again, let's revisit. Of the total net investment, how much is to be recovered from rental? Answer is Charlie. Okay, you have the residual value. So, was the annual rental of the lease term was Charlie divided by the PV factor of 10% for 8 years. Interest income for the year, you have the cost of the investment, the net investment itself, times 10%. Kaniha, this is net investment to be recovered from rental. This is the net investment to be recovered from rental. But the net investment is equal to the cost plus the IDC. Although we don't have IDC here. So these are the things nga wala gi-discuss ni Weigand, no? Kasi garan given na diretso. Okay, actually, murag na ito yung computation kang Weigand. Computation of the rental. But I saw it more on sa lessee kaysa lessor. 23? You have questions? We'll proceed, 23? At the beginning of the current year, ABC Company leased a new machine to DEF. Annual rental is 900, and then there's 500 nga lease bonus and 250 nga security deposit. What's the rent revenue? Answer is Charlie. So you amortize the 500 over 5 years. 24. Under a 4-year operating lease, you have the given monthly rentals. All rental payments within the year were made when due. What amount of rent receivable should be recorded on December 31, 2021? Answer is second year niya, dili ni sa first year. Sa second year na ni. Answer is bravo. Pila ang annual rental income? Annual rental income is 2,100,000. Sa first year, iyang collection is only 1.2. So, 2,100,000 minus 1.2. At the end of the first year na ay 900,000 nga AR. Pag-abot sa second year, pila naman iyang collection? 150 times 12, that is 1.8. So, 2,100,000 minus 1.8, na siya collectible nga 300 for the second year. Then, you add it sa iyang collectible sa first year. Next, 25. What amount should be reported as rent receivable? December 31, 2021. Same procedure as last one. Answer is bravo. Pilay annual rental revenue? 1.4 million. So for the 2 years, dapat iyang total collection should be 2.4 million. But 2 million naman iyang nadawat. 2.8 million dapat ang iyang collection. But 2 million rin nadawat, so you have 800,000 nga rent receivable. Next. Beginning of the current year, lessor company leased a machine to the lessee. Machine had an original cost of 6 million. The lease term was 5 years. Implicit interest rate was 15. Lease is properly classified as direct financing. Annual lease term is 1,750,000. Machine reverts to the lessor, at which time the residual value of the machine will be 275,000, unguaranteed. What would be the net lease receivable? Muna tawag ni Kuan. Tawag ni Valix niya, net lease receivable. But if pangutan mo pila lease receivable presented in the FS, it's the same thing. So, for 26, ang question na pilay net investment. Katong before, net investment to be recovered from rent payments. So, answer for this one is 6 million. Okay? Katong nag-deduct the present value sa residual value, that is to be recovered from the rent payments. What is the gross investment? So you would have 5 years. You'd have to compute. You already have the annual lease payment naman there. So 1,750. Plus 275. Answer is bravo. There's absolute amount of rental payments plus absolute amount of residual value, whether guaranteed or not. Kanang whether guaranteed or not only applies to lessor. Ato kas lessee mo water gain na. What is the total unearned interest income? Minus 6 million. Answer is alpha. And what is the interest income for the current year? This is ordinary or advance? Payments are made December 31. Okay. So the answer is million times 15. Answer is Charlie 900,000. Now careful with problems kay I've made this before. It doesn't mean kay December 31 automatic siya nga ordinary annuity. There are problems I make nga moingon ko the lease commenced December 31, 2016. The first payment is due December 31, 2016 and every December 31 thereafter. So even if it's December 31, it's still annuity due. Ha? So bantayan na. Next. 10:30, we have to start with lesson. I'll give you the answers for the rest. At the beginning of the current year, IRC company as lessor lease and equipment for 10 years, annual rentals 1.2. At the beginning of each year, lease is appropriately accounted for as finance. You have the cost, estimated life, no residual value, implicit rate is 9%. What amount of income should be reported in the income statement? Answer is bravo. So it's annuity due. You deduct first 1.2 million before you multiply by 9%. Next, number 31. What amount of net rental income Answer is alpha. Take note, first 6 months uses 60K. From July to December uses 75,000. Next. 10:30. Give you the answer for number 32. That is alpha, and bravo. 35 is Charlie. Next, and that's alpha. Number 2 is delta. 3 is alpha. Number 4 is delta. 5 is delta. Number 6 is alpha. 7 is Charlie. Expense in a sales type lease. Number 8 8 is Charlie. 9 is Bravo. 10. Number 10 is Charlie. 11 is Bravo. 12 is Charlie. 13 is Alpha, sales type. 14 interest, that is 10%, Bravo. 15 is Delta. 16 is Delta as well. 17 is Alpha. 18 is Bravo. So let's have, you have to have a short break. 10 minutes. 10 minutes break before we continue.
Dili. Ano siya? Mas ano ba? Ano siya? Take mo ta. Siya na. Take mo. Meron na. Ay, take mo.
Ay, kami kung PMC mo na.
Ay, na lang. Ito, yan hindi. Pagkakataon ko lang. Wala na po kay mama. Namalapit ka na. Ang una ko ng lulugot.
Uy, tapos.
Hindi, ikaw gusto. Ikaw nang tanang ko yung di mo kalibang.
Jeremy champion na. Ay, ang control ko lang. Kaya natambuhan.
Gawa ka na ko lang kung kasamanan niya. Mga piso ng tissue. Ito ang isino.
Yeah, tissue ko, just make sure. Wala na. Lagay ka mata.
Ay, ako dako gusto mo kay tubig na ko iya.
Si accounting. Ay, artist.
Ikaw birthday ni Jeremy.
Tagay ko sa kanasukulay. Bitaw mo. Kanaga.
Ikaw kaya ko.
Iya, nakatay ko na. Hindi ko tagalog ka ng killer. Huwag mo pa tumatang ako na. Kaso, ginagawa ko sa may ulos na mahal.
Jud. Mo ikaw mo kasi ayaw ni apil ang bata. Ang bata ng mabilin. Ang ikaw kay nakasimperno pero matukan ka kanit i-mention na sa bata. Kasi narito ganun ko ano ayaw. Ikaw kay nakasimperno kay baka nang dili.
Duman mo si Maria.
Hindi na nila mo baton.
Uy, mawagay. Mabita na. Mabita na.
Hoy, ayaw naman usap na nila. Yan ay makinig.
Gumun ako po.
Ay, kaya na-scare na siya ba?
Haglog mo.
Oo, nalog. Awa ka ng bahay. Mas ibig ka pala ng Happy Father's Day. Munti ka na mga.
Dili man.
Kaya ka naging siya ba? Hindi yun. Bibigyan siya na
Ay, bata mo ko ba?
Ayun.
Desisyon na ko sa
Uy, may ganito. Okay, ikaw ba yan? Ay, natin. Uy, dapat nakatap na ako yung kasi. Pero okay naman.
Siyempre, alam mo sa muna. Huwag ko kabait niya kung papanganak ko na ako. Wait.
Likas, pwede na pero birthday na. Pwede ka na. Ay, okay, hapon na rin.
Ako mama.
Di ba, yan? Sa birthday na.
Mga anak ko, 28 ang age. Ako mga.
Paano ka magbuhat na ba? Ikaw mo, ano?
Ako mga anak. Gusto mo sa inyo sa iyo.
Gusto si Mia ang sakit.
Doon ganda ko sa live.
Sorry, hindi na nag-carry ito. Hindi ko makita.
Nini.
Ako, Kasama ka? Sa TikTok.
TikTok ang source. Matingan na nata. John Duarte Exim.
Naasa siya sa ano?
Diyan na Pokemon.
Hindi, parang sa America. Sama ba kasi si Murphy? Pero pagbaga na po, sino mo Bible verse
Bisingit ko ganyan ng Bible.
Hoy, kang sintang mo sa umiilis sa taas mo. Uy, lood na din yung wala. Tanda na lang. Bahay mo ng papa mo, ano to pa? Ako manina. Kasal.
Okay, let's continue with Leslie. So, for Leslie accounting, this is where the most changes occurred with IFRS 17. Because unlike lesser accounting, wherein the general rule is operating lease, exception is finance. In Leslie accounting, the general rule is finance lease. And the exceptions are operating lease. So you have there the scope, a contract or part of a contract that conveys the right to use an asset for a period of time in exchange for consideration. So still two types. You still have the operating lease and then you have the finance lease. So for operating lease, you can use the operating lease for low value lease and for short-term lease, 1 year at most. Low value, walay standard gihatag. Why gihatag is standard? But in the book of Wigan, there's 5,000, was it dollars? Dollars, no? Considered to be low value. So, take note for these short-term and low value leases, it does not automatically mean operating. You can still use finance. The standard says the lessee is allowed to use operating lease. So, if ganun si lessee mag-finance lease, pwede gihapon. So, it's not mandatory nga operating. So, for operating lease, it's simple, same as sa operating lease po sa lessor. You just debit rent expense, then credit cash or rent payable. But you don't have to standardize the expenses over the year. You just record the expense when it's incurred. Unlike sa rent income na systematic basis or straight line. So here, either straight line or another systematic basis, but unlike sa lessor, you don't have to add and divide. No? So finance lease, if it's a finance lease, you shall recognize a right of use asset and a lease liability. So right of use asset is presented as part of total asset. It is a usufruct. That's why this lease is actually mentioned in intangibles past 39, being a right, no, intangible. So ang gi-record nga rin ni lessee is not the asset itself, but the right to use. Ang nakaarang-arang ato before, because both lessor and lessee uses the same criteria, if si lessor considers it to be finance, the entry is debit lease receivable credit equipment. Meaning, iya yung tangtangon ang equipment or whatever the subject of the lease is from the books. So you do recognize. Igabot po sa lessee, if it's finance, you debit the equipment credit lease liability. So you can see the flow of the transfer of ownership from the lessor to the lessee. Kaya both of them are using the same criteria. If it's operating lease, as you will notice, walay the recognition sa equipment or any asset. Si lessor, si lessee, wa sa siya i-recognize nga asset. But because of this, no, there's a chance nga si lessor would account for the transaction as operating, pero si lessee mo account siya as finance. For example, let's just say si lessor, no, ang present value of all these payment is, let's just say, 80% of the fair value. So they follow ni lessor, operating lease. Now si finance, ang iyang exemption for operating are only short-term raman og low value. So bisan pagwa nakabot og 90%, under IFRS 16, it must be considered finance lease. So you will see, si lessor, wala siya gid-recognize nga asset. So kinsa mag-depreciate si asset? Si lessor. Pero si lessee, out of the blue, na ni-pop up nga asset, debit right of use asset. And at the same time, na po siya iyahang depreciation in a form of amortization. Depreciation or amortization. However you see the right to use asset. So, one transaction and you have two asset. Ang physical asset na ani lessor, siya nag-depreciate siyang books. I mean, ang books na ani lessor. And you have the right sa books ni lessee. Two assets. So, when it was introduced, we had a seminar na will it not be weird? I asked the speaker, will it not be weird nga with this transaction, you'll have two assets, two parties making the depreciation. Then they said nga, what's being depreciated by the lessor is actually the naked title. What's being depreciated by the lessee is not the asset, but the right. So it's more of an amortization actually. So now you have different criteria for operating in finance. So initial measurement, present value of lease payment. Of course, you have to consider the fixed payments, variable payments, so on and so forth. No? You have the IDCs incurred by the lessee, estimated cost of dismantling, removing, and resting the underlying asset for which the lessee has a present obligation. Now, for lease incentives by the lessor to the lessee, associated with the lease, or reimbursement of assumption by the lessor of the cost of the lessee. So how do we treat lease incentive in determining the cost of the right of use asset? It is deducted. Okay? Initial direct costs are added. Leasehold improvements recorded separately as an asset. Okay? Security deposit, of course, liability ni lessor, receivable ni lessee. Subsequent measurement under IFRS 16, the right of use asset will follow the cost model, meaning it will be depreciated or amortized. See? And take note, the carrying amount will be adjusted for any remeasurement of liability. Now, since I've said nga I will not include lease modification, you don't have to worry about this. But this actually applies for lease modification. For example, i-extend mo ang imong gilease or gi-lengthen mo ang lease term. Since mag-remeasure kasi mong lease liability, kaya kung mataas ang lease term, musaka po din mong lease liability. That net increase in the lease liability should be added in the cost of right of use asset as well. But again, it will not be included. So you have other measurement model, you have the fair value model and the revaluation model. For problems purposes, we'll stick with cost. Depreciation of right of use of asset. The right of use of asset shall be depreciated whichever is shorter between first. So it would depend if the ownership will revert to the lessor. Mabalik ba sa lessor ang ownership? Okay, if mabalik sa lessor ang ownership, you will definitely depreciate it over the lease term. But if there is transfer of ownership, now normally you will depreciate it over the useful life of the asset. But the standard states over the useful life or the lease term, whichever is shorter. Okay. Now, as for the lease liability, so your lease liability would consider the fixed payment, as I've said, variable lease payment, exercise of a purchase option, and amount expected to be payable by the lessee under a residual value guarantee. Okay, so now we've mentioned for lease will follow vacant, right? So this is one difference between Valix and vacant. Now, when we compute for the present value of the lease under Valix, we compute the present value of the lease payment plus the present value of guaranteed residual value. But for vacant, it's the present value of the lease plus the present value of the difference between the expected residual value and the guaranteed residual value. Now, vacant actually makes sense, no? Ang iya gikuha ang present value is the cash payment. For example, imong guaranteed residual value is 10,000. So you guarantee at the end of the lease term the value of this property would be at least 10,000. So if the expected residual value at the commencement of the lease is 10,000 or more, then you don't have to pay anything. Kang imong gi-guarantee, it will be at least 10,000. So imong lease liability would just be equal to the present value of the lease payment. Pero if the expected value is lower than the guaranteed value, then kinahanglan ka mo tapal. Ang imong kuha ang residual ang present value is ang imong gitapal. The difference between the guaranteed value and the expected residual value. So we will follow that one. Now, for some reason nga mugawas na sa problem pero walay given nga expected residual value, it would be impossible for you to get the difference to compute pilay itapal. If that would be the case, you try. If you follow the rules of Valix nabasa choices, most likely that would be an answer. Of course, I'll try. What I will do actually is to follow the vacant. No? Pero just in case lang yun na yung manggawas, again, this is what I've said before, no? Try to deal with the problem as it is. No, you try different angles if nabasa choices. No, you do not argue with the problem because we can't do that with the board exam. Puhon. And another thing for variable lease payments, na wala kang Valix. Kung variable lease payments manggod, although they both agree actually, no, they both agree. Wala lang ni siya na mention kang Valix. For variable lease payment, it will be accounted for. What we're so used to is kaning rent na to nga constant, 900,000 annually, 500,000 annually, and that's fine. Pero what if sa first year 100,000 annually, sa second year 200,000 annually? Sa third year, 300,000 annually. Would there be any changes sa computation? Wala. You still have to get the present value. But instead of using ordinary annuity, you would have to get lump sum for each payment. So the point lang yun is to compute for the present value, whether it's lump sum, whether it's annuity due or ordinary annuity. Just get the present value. So asa man nilahi si Wigat sa variable lease payments? Well, it's not mentioned in VALIX, but when the variability of the payment is based on an index or based on an interest nga dili pa identifiable at the commencement of the lease, you stick with what is known at the commencement, at the inception of the lease. Kana mga variability later on will be treated as expense. Nasa ubos nga part. Okay, so discount rate, of course, implicit interest rate. If walay implicit interest rate, then we use the incremental borrowing rate. So as I've said, the lessee should include variable lease payments in the computation of lease liability. However, when valuing the lease, no increases or decreases to future lease payment shall be assumed based on the increases or decreases in the index or rates. Instead, any difference in the payments due to the changes in the index or rate is expensed as incurred. Kung katong variability nga akong giyon ganiha nga 100, 200 ug 300, that's identifiable. You can compute for the present value. Ang problema basig mo ingon nga ang rent for this year is 100,000. Ang rent for next year would be 100,000 multiplied by the market interest rate at that date. So ano to pagkabaw? Di ba? So we stick with what we know at the commencement of the lease. The difference is expense. Then residual value guarantee and guaranteed executory cost, same thing with the lessor. And then actual purchase of the leased asset. So if you notice actual purchase, kaya what ay mo manggong record is the right of use asset. So when you actually purchase the asset, then you debit the asset itself. So what's the cost of the asset that was purchased? By the way, this is purchase of asset before the end of the lease term. This is not the bargain purchase option. Okay, the computation for bargain purchase option is just debit lease liability, credit cash, and then that's it. Debit lease liability, credit cash. But when you buy it directly, you debit the asset equal to the carrying amount of the lease liability plus any cash payment minus, carrying amount of the leased asset, meaning the right of use asset, plus cash payment minus the balance of the lease liability. That's the very debit. And then credit cash. Credit cash, credit, yes, gain or loss. Debit or credit, gain or loss. No, actually, walay gain or loss dahil when you actually purchase. Walay gain or loss. Nara gain or loss if sa sale, sa lessor nga side. Lease modification, we'll skip this as agreed. So walay sale, lease back, lease modification. Actually, ang lease modification mo sa yun compared sa sale and lease back. But we will not include it na lang. So, again, this is just a summary, no? So you have IFRS 16, a contract between parties for a rent of the underlying asset. So there's right to control. Remember that answer concerning the transfer of risk and rewards? Katong sa lessor. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember it right, IFRS 16 now focuses not on the transfer of risk and rewards, but focuses on the right to control. The transfer of right to control. No longer the risk and rewards. But if all right to control sa choices and you have the risk and rewards, that would be the best answer. But if nang duha, right to control would be a better answer. So for types of lease, can be short-term, low value, and other types. If short-term, that's operating. All other leases is finance. For right-of-use asset, it's measured using the cost model. Composition of the total cost, that's the present value of the lease payment. Lease bonus less lease incentive. Lease bonus meaning additional payment by the lessee to the lessor. Okay? Less lease incentive. Initial direct cost, estimated dismantling cost. We normally use cost model presented as a separate line item of right-of-use asset, or pwede mo siya i-mix. Kung machinery siya, ibutan mo siya sa machinery. If building siya, ibutan mo siya sa building section. Or you can set up a separate account yun nga right-of-use asset. So for depreciation, if there's transfer of ownership, you depreciate using the useful life. If there's no transfer of ownership, meaning it reverts back to the lessor, use the lease term or useful life, whichever is shorter. Residual value, if it's guaranteed residual value, you include it in the present value of the lease liability. Although in our case, what we do, we get the difference between the residual value and the expected residual value. So that's what we include in the lease liability. Then we include it in the computation of the depreciation. This is lease modification naman. So we'll disregard this. Okay. Okay, let's start with number 1. What standard governs lease accounting? Delta. Under IFRS, a lessee is required to recognize what? Alpha. 3, lessee may apply. So to may apply operating lease under what conditions? Charlie. Which statement is true about low value lease? Answer is Charlie is correct. True. Bravo is also true. Let's try A. The value of an underlying asset is based on the value of the asset when new, regardless of age of the asset. True. Term of low value lease may be more than 12 months. Yes. As long as it's low value, you can still use operating. Underlying asset does not qualify as low value if the nature of the asset is such that the asset is typically not of low value when new. That's true. Answer is delta. 5. Right of use asset is initially measured at cost. Delta is only a portion of the total cost. Present value of lease liability, that's delta, plus initial direct cost, plus lease bonus less cash incentive, plus estimated dismantling cost. So delta is only a portion of the total cost. For problem purposes, however, it's just the same. Lease liability is normally the same with the cost. Kaya ang entry normally na, that's right of use asset. credit lease liability, nothing else. Sa problems. Sa theories, muna, gawas na siya. Number 6. Which is not included in the lease payment? Answer is bravo. Cost of services and taxes paid by the lessee. Number 7, which is not part of the lease payment. Now, this one is taken from Valix. Number 7 is Charlie. But technically, if you are to follow Wagan, Bravo is not accurate as well. Okay, what we include in the lease payment is a difference between the residual, guaranteed residual, and the expected residual. Number 8, lease payments include all of the following except, again, this is Valix, huh? So, answer would be Charlie. Reasonably certain not to be exercised. I've heard Alpha earlier. Alpha would also be correct if you're to follow Wagan tools. Okay, again, what we include is the difference. Next, what is the interest rate? That is incremental borrowing rate. Next, number 10. IDC is treated as bravo only. Kaya ang sa lease liability only concerns with cash outflow and residual value guarantee in some cases. But ang IDC only affects your asset. Next, number 11 comprises all except answer is what makes it delta? No present obligation. Right of use asset is reported as non-current asset as a separate line item. Again, you can also present it together with its, with its friends. Kung building siya, isago sa building. Equipment, patang sa equipment. 13. A lessee with a lease containing a purchase option that is reasonably certain to be exercised should depreciate the asset over alpha. Purchase option. So if paliton nimo, imuha naman na. Bisag mahuman pa na ang lease. So you amortize or you depreciate using the useful life. If mo revert siya sa owner, which is if mo revert siya sa owner, muna na siyang whichever is shorter. Okay? Next, 14. Lease payment include all of the following except. Answer is bravo. Again, delta, we talk about this. Technically, the difference between guaranteed residual value and expected residual value. By the way, leasehold improvement. Ang saan nyo pag-depreciate? Ang saan pag-depreciate? Over what term? Its own useful life or lease term? So, depends upon if there's transfer, no? There's transfer of ownership, then over its own useful life. Pero if there's no transfer, then over the lease term. Next, 15. Which of the following statements concerning residual value guarantee is appropriate for the lessee? Again, this is Valix rule, so let's just answer using Valix rules. Which one is accurate? The asset and the related liability should be increase or decrease? decreased, increased, decreased, or increased. What do we do with residual value guarantee if we're trying to compute lease liability? Add or deduct? Add. So, increase. And because the lease liability is a component of the cost, it follows, it also increases the asset. So, answer is delta. Number 16. In computing depreciation of right-of-use asset under a lease, the lessee should deduct under finance lease. Computation of depreciation. Answer is Charlie. If there's money implication ba, if there's a residual value guarantee, then you guarantee sa lessor nga inig-uli nimo, you have that residual value. So that means imo siyang iuli. There is no transfer, right? So, answer is alpha. The existence of residual value guarantee automatically says nga it reverts to the owner. There is no transfer of ownership. Why? Kini guarantee man ka nga imong iuli. And by the time mo iuli, you would have this residual value. So answer is alpha. Next, number 17. If the residual value of the underlying asset is lesser than the amount guaranteed by the lessee, this is not the same as the one discussed by Wigan. Kang Wigan, the difference between the residual value guarantee and expected residual value at the commencement of the lease. Inig sugod. Ang kani, this is at the end of the lease. The difference between the guaranteed residual value and the actual residual value at the end of the lease. Kaya makabaw ka sa actual residual value only at the end naman sa term. So, if the residual value of the underlying asset is lesser than the amount guaranteed by the lessee, makatapal si lessee. Delta. Very good. What is the cost of right-of-use asset acquired in a finance lease? Best answer is, we're sure mga dili alpha. So we have 33.3%. So the next question is, answer is, bravo, wrong. That's Charlie. Do you compute the present value of the executory cost, the MIT, maintenance, insurance, and taxes? Dili. What do we do with the executory cost? Expense. So, Charlie. 19. The carrying amount of the right-of-use asset form the capitalization of a lease would be periodically reduced by portion of the lease payment allocable to reduction of the lease liability. So the answer is delta. Ang question is the right of use asset, dili ang lease liability. If lease liability, Charlie ang answer. Pero cost of right of use asset ba? That's how we tend to misdirect ba the students in answering. When you see man good a pattern, you'll think, gitest ko ani nga area. But ang question day kay right of use asset. So be wary of the question. We had that sa last session po, no? Next. Now this one again, this is Valix pa man. So we'll just I was not able to change the choices to conform with Wigand. Although I have Wigand problems and MCQs sa ubos. Just for training, just answer it as it is. Given naman sa ng present value, so you know. What is the initial lease liability? Answer is alpha. That is 1.5 million multiplied by 4.36 ordinary annuity, and the bargain purchase option of 1 million multiplied by which one? 0.56 or 0.63? 0.56 because it's 10%. Next. What is the cost of the right of use asset? Okay, what is the cost of the right of use asset? Ay. Akong i-zoom out for choices. So what's the cost of right of use asset? Answer is bravo. So you have your initial lease liability 7.1 plus initial direct cost plus lease bonus paid by the lessee to the lessor minus lease incentive received by the lessee plus present value of dismantling cost 945,000. So you have bravo. The next question is what is the interest expense that should be reported for the current year? Bantay. Pila interest expense. You have the choices. 710, 785.6, 804.5, 830. Pila. Answer is letter. Gusto ang alpha. 7.1 times 10%. But that's not all. Sa pa man? The estimated dismantling cost. Gikuhaan mo mo present value. That means you still have to amortize. So pila interest sa estimated dismantling cost? 945,000 times 8%. You add that sa interest expense for the lease. Answer is 785. Letter bravo. So if kaya question mo good, what is the total interest expense? Pero if mo tanong mo pila may interest sa lease, then answer would be alpha. Be careful. Number 23. Lease liability at year end. Sige, you amortize for 1 year. Answer is
Alpha.
alpha. So you simply make the amortization table. Last question for this problem is, what is the depreciation of the right of use asset for the current year? Depreciation for the current year is Charlie. What's the gamit? Lease term or useful life? Useful. Why useful life? Because there's purchase option, meaning there's transfer of ownership. Next. What is the lease liability December 31, 2021? Wala may instruction kung pila ka decimal point. You choose whichever is closer. You round it off to 2 decimal places para magawa sa choices. Exactly. 2 decimal places. The answer is pila initial balance? 8 million 8,200,000. Ang first payment is 2 million. Pila interest? 8,200,000 times 10%, that is 820. So ang applicable sa principal is 1 million. Is it correct? So 82. Answer is 7,020,000. 7,020,000. The next question is, out of the 7,020,000, how much is current and how much is non-current? So to answer that, ato ipadayon ang table. So 2 million. Pila na may interest nato this year? This would now be 702,000, right? Then 2 million minus 702,000. Wait. That would give us 1,298,000. 1,298,000. And then balance minus answer, this would be 5,722. So what is the current portion of the lease liability as of December 31, 2021? The answer is? The answer is bravo. So, if you're asked pila current and non-current, you look at the next line. Kay kani, as of this date, mo ni ang imong total lease liability. Na siya current portion, na siya non-current portion. So, if this is your total lease liability, this is your current, this is your non-current. Nga current mo ni siya? Because it will be paid off next year, di ba? Using the 2 million money. It will be paid off next year. Pero the rest will be paid off the following year, so non-current. So again, if you're asked like current, non-current, you look at the next line. Laro? Like current portion. Sorry. Pilay total current liability. Total current liability.
Wala man na-approve.
Total current liability is 2 million. Why 2 million? The interest nga payable. Now, ang sa kanilang, normally, ang interest payment niya is at the end. So, you will not accrue. Okay, I forgot to mention. If you have beginning, paid annuity due, not necessarily the same rules will apply. So, bantayan na ninyo. Next, what is the interest expense for 2021? Wa pa maka-accrue. Yeah, that's true actually. Yes. Ang current portion ani is still 1298. Kaya wala may accrual needed. Kaya this is ordinary annuity. If annuity due, you will record man good an accrual at the end of each year. Man ang imong payment would be equal sa 2 million. Your current liability would be equal to 2 million. Interest expense. Interest expense for 2021 is given, that is 820. Next. Entity entered into a 5-year lease. Annual lease is 1.2 million, including, take nota, including executory costs. The entity has the lessor expects an 8% implicit interest rate. The entity has 10% incremental borrowing rate. The equipment is expected to have useful life of 10 years. In addition, a third party has guaranteed to pay the lessor a residual value of 500,000. What is the principal amount of the lease obligation? Answer is bravo. So take note, ang question is December 31. So you have to amortize for 1 year. Do we consider the residual value? Guaranteed residual value? No, because it's guaranteed by a third party, not the lessee. $29.
Sa number 58. Minus ay ikaw dito din na mo.
Answer is
Divide by 10.
bravo. 5 million minus 400. And because there is bargain purchase option, that means there is transfer of ownership. What term do we use? Useful life.
Pag yun naman, 55. Included naman. Di included, no? Included naman.
Number 30. Now, I get conscious mo ba sa na yung mga residual value guarantee ba? Kaning mga na residual value guarantee for this problem pa, this is valix. Ang sa exam will follow weekend. No, nanay expected residual value. Kasi niya maanad mo ani ba niya gabot sa exam inyong gamiton kay kani. What amount should be recognized as straight line depreciation? 6 million. Divided by pila kay 8 years? Answer is alpha. Alpha 31. Now we're done with this. We delete it. Cannot reasonably certain to be exercised. You still have to compute the present value. Okay, let's solve. So this is annuity due. Answer is 4,310,000. Do we include the bargain purchase option? Because not reasonably certain. What's the cost of right of use asset? Answer is bravo. 4,810,000. Annual depreciation. 810. Annual depreciation is Charlie, 962. So you divide it by 5. Total amount that should be reported as interest. Total amount that should be reported as interest. Compute. Sobrang 0. Take note na may dismantling cost. Answer is delta. That's correct. It's delta. Answer for last number 34 is delta. So don't forget the interest for the dismantling cost. Now 200,000 at 6%. 35. 6 years, entity recorded the asset at 4.8 million, included a purchase option of 100,000. Lessee is reasonably certain to exercise the option. What is the loss on finance lease to be recognized? Bravo. The answer is alpha. Naman may 100,000 na balance ang imong lease liability at the end of the term. Again, for lease liab nga na ay GRV or BPO, normally at the end of the term, your amortization table will have the same balance. 36. Carrying amount of the asset plus cash payment minus lease liability. Answer is alpha. Again, carrying amount of the asset plus cash payment minus lease liability. Okay, next, 37. Ayan. Kung ano na siya? Technically, it's not lease modification. How would you solve this? This is what you call variable payments. Again, you simply get the present value. Problema, dili lang sa yun pagka present value if lahi-lahi ang payment, because you cannot use the annuity factors. Okay. Now the best way to do this would be to make a timeline. No? Para tagsa-tagsaw ninyo compute ang present value. So you make a timeline. Pila man year, 8 years. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the first 3 years, kani. So 1, 2, 3. Pila ni? 300. The next 5 years is 400 each. So first, let's compute for the PV ani. Again, the goal is to get the PV of the whole thing. So first PV sa 300. Pila may PV aning 300 for 3 years? 1.1 object. 2.486. PV factor kay 2.486 times 300,000. That is 745,800. Sige, so we have 745,800. That's kana siya mo na yung present value padong year 0. Now let's get the 400,000 as nga PV. Pila to? 2.486 na? 2.486 times 400,000. That gives us 994,400, correct? Pero kanang 994, that's the present value up to year 3. Oo, bitaw. Sorry. I just assumed same way yung PV factor. No? Let's compute for the PV factor of the 400K. 1.1, 5 years, divided by 0.1, 3 point. So PV of 400 is 3.7 908 multiplied by 400. So that would be, that would give us 1,516,320. Now, this present value is only up until there is a year 3. Diba? So, we have to further bring it down to year 0. And how do we do that? We simply get the lump sum. 1.1, pila ka years? 1, 2, 3. Raised to the power of 3. And that gives us syntax error. 1,139,233. Kitrecho bito lang kong divide. Wala ko nag-p factor, b factor. At ang inaog. So the last part would be to add this and this. So plus 7,458,800. 188,5033.66. Rounding error. The closest answer is Charlie. Now, if lisod yun siya, no? Labo na if every year nag-change, pwede lang gina nyo ilamsam tagsa-tagsa. Katulong mo maglamsam og 300, nga lain-lain og exponent, and then another na sad for 400. Silbi, sa first year, 300 over 1.1 raised to the power of 1, 300 over 1.1 raised to the power of 2, 300 over 1.1 raised to the power of 3, 400 raised over 1.1 raised to the power of 4, up until mga mong 8 years. You will still get the same answer. So, depende ra. It's just time consuming. O, pila yung interest expense for 2020? So, Charlie times, this is annuity due, no? Ordinary. 1,884 times 10%. Answer is alpha. So, this is alpha. Next, interest expense for 2023. Magbuhat din mo amortization table. $151,460.4. 151,460.4. So, simply prepare an amortization table. Amortization table. Lease liability on December 31, 2023. Lease liability. Answer is, ang kasagarang masayapan ani is malimtan, di ba? Ang first column na to is the payment. Nya 300, 300, 300. Usahay makalimutan nga mo shift na ta to 400 on the fourth year. So the answer for this is bravo, 1,266,064.40. So on the fourth year, that's 400,000 minus interest. You deduct that from the balance. Okay, it's 12. I'll give you the answers for the rest. Number 41 is Charlie 42 is Delta. 43 is Bravo. 44 is Charlie. 45 is Charlie. 46 is Charlie. 47 is Bravo. 48 is Charlie. 49 is Bravo. 50 for 50 is Alpha. And then for Weigand's exercises, number 1 is Delta, number 2 is Delta, 3 Delta, 4 Delta. For number 5, Alpha, 6 is Bravo, 7 is Alpha. For number 8, classifications, Alpha, 9 is Charlie, 10 is Delta. Number 11 is Delta, 12 Charlie, 13 Alpha. And number 14 is Bravo. Number 15, that would be Charlie. Next, 16 and previous to 16, that's Charlie and Delta. Charlie and Delta. Next is, we don't have sale and leaseback. So definitely that's Charlie. 18 is Alpha. 19 is Charlie. 20 is Delta. 21 is Alpha. 22 is Charlie. And 23 is Alpha. 24 is Bravo. 25 is Delta, 26 is Charlie, 27 last number is Charlie, 44764. Okay, so we'll meet 1:30, same as before. Last one is PPE.
So, kung kapag sa balance mo.
So, may transfer, ownership, composite na transfer, huwag yun ay guaranteed. Pili na sa pwedeng policy. May transfer, isang pag-deliver ng residual value is expected residual value of
Okay, mabalik pa kami sa taas na yung
Evaluation mo sa ito.
No, hindi ko kailangan ng sound valuation. Pati wala ako.
Kabulog sa ito.
Masama sa ko yung mga hindi ko kailangan.
Wala ko kabalik ang
Yeah.
sa corp ko kaya not more than 60. Okay. Gago, dapat yung pinner mo.
Close.
Close. Ang co-op kay at least 15 if natural. At least 15 natural persons. If federation kay at least 10. If federation kay 2 to 10. Minimum kay 1. Dali, 3 dali. This 2. 10. 10. Di ba? Ang magkalimang ko.
Uy, nakakarang hapon.
Balik pa sa
Pero man po, di ako muli. Sa CPA, may ganun ba? Kailangan ko na ako.
wala lagi ang broker.
Me and my responsibility.
Mana wala ko nag-CPA kaya.
Lisod kayo ang
So nag-wigat dito ko sa katong cost of. Dapat ipaglaban niyo wigat sa inyo.
basta makawak ka.
Wala ko siya ka-offers uy. Wala kita na salvage pa yan. Bakit sa live? So, isa pa sa live. Di ba? Ipatay sila sa una ka na. Direct to St. Valley. Valley RA natin sa iba. Landing RA. Depende, plan way. No, di ba? Mag-RD lang naman kaya pero sa
Ang OC, RT mo yung OC. Other comprehensive. Sabigan. Ha? Solution services plus sa OC. Related other comprehensive income sa income. Pero kung sa vegan, sa value score, that's all the qualification.
Sayang ako tumating sa atin.
Meeting sa board, guys, sa board ko. Every
Once a month.
once a month.
Or sa buhok ko na. Sa buhok? Oo, sa buhok ng kwarto.
Pero sa board ko no kay any is necessary na special meeting naman.
Kung saan sa buhok meeting of the board. Kung saan ito tayo? Once a month. Sa buhok, sa coordination. Pag
At any means necessary naman no. Special meeting no. Special meeting naman.
Pero if normal meeting. Nagsit ko si Ma'am dulo ni yung penalty sa set boy wala man
Unsa gidugang mo?
Apa yung penalty division title set punish
Kung penalties.
no boy
Ay yung yan sa 8. Ang patento.
apil bro naman
Any stipulation is void. Ang real estate, mag-recover ba?
Huh?
REM? Drama REM?
Okay, so the
Generally, ma-recover unless under rental. Actually, kung rules sa rental or rental, pwede i-deal ay
Like, wala. Nakapatol.
Gi-stop. Ayaw pa. Punyeta, uy. So, sabi. Ay, tira. Ito, ano, kay basin mo na. Stiya.
Kundi wala.
Ay, nasa silid.
Sino daw tagang nila? Siya daw tagang nila. Iya ang ginapan ba? Yang kinagawa ng ST5 na wala ko sa.
Bakit? Ano siya? Nasa ilalim. Hello, boy, okay, ha? Wait, anak ko parkour. Ang buwas na kailangan na. Wala na kang
That's impossible.
Budgeting grade 1 subject ang buong summer. Wala may access sa akin. Access sa akin.
Piste man eh. Uy, piste plastic. Masukunan ko.
Your barcode. Kaya ako barcode.
Unsan ni Judge? Judge, unsan ni Judge? Articles of incorporation? Incorporation? Incorporation?
Hello. Basta credit cash.
Uy, tambok.
Or yan. Hindi mo palit ka?
Uy, girl. Like, summer party. Dahil naman na doon si Chanel.
Ikaw si buyer.
Ikasapan ko kay I was like, pwede ako ko ipaila ako like kanang leftover. Notch.
Kung ikaw balit.
And then like, pag summer ayaw ko kasi nga, ayaw ko yung nagbayad ko ng sila.
Oh, yun sa parang mga ganda, ay.
I was like, si Chanel nagbayad? I can't touch.
Sorry na.
Mag-tiktok ba ako sa Sakto, naging pa man. Ano ka siya? Answer ang mga questions.
Akong 25% po sa
Wala sila yung ano rin, vitamin and something. Ang kantin is only rice.
Lagi?
Like, chicken gover. Ano, balik ko yun sila.
Piso nga.
That's first. Have you ever considered na simplistic ka this?
Hello? Ano yun, anak? Ang mga laki, like, mga anak sila. Oh my God, naagin ka suspect. Pero like, kasi tawag, like, wala silang ano, magka-ADHD. And shit, and then like, pero like, I feel like it's just a man thing. Uy, sige ba siya? I feel like,
A good question. Is ADHD a bad thing?
dili man sad. Or like, lain sad, hindi mo siya yung excuse na, inani mo ko kaya ADHD.
Ano din ang
Galing nahagbog. Ano mo mo?
Ano din ang
Born na siya.
Pwede ko na, pwede mo ko diagnose.
under the law of sexual incapacitated mentally.
Ano sa nego sa imo shoulder or ulo?
Related din,
Ay, ano ba
ADHD.
yung nego sa imo shoulder?
Ang retarded ko. Pang na-ADHD din ko.
Temporary retarded.
Na, temporary retarded.
Kuya,
Dili ba patay yung shoulder?
Temporary violence expressed
hindi na nakabalik ni Metal sa
meanwhile,
Usap, wala patay.
Yeah, temporary retarded.
Isaka na lang saya sa mga
Relative mo ba?
promise.
Relative capacity.
relative day. Temporary.
Goner ka lang magpangkuhan. Ang lucid intervals.
Lucid. Ay, pero lucid dream to ba?
Hypnosis.
A better one. How much you forget me.
Oo naman,
Has
buwak
to
siya.
shall
Kanay mo like one day appetite.
Crazy of Sige na, kanta.
Lucid dream dali. Si Tuan. This word.
Kasi break mo accounting.
Mas maayo ko lang kung magkanta doon, magkanta sa bahay.
Talent lang dyan sa arts ba niya ay sa kunsa lang ba nang kanta okay na yun
Uy, wala, G. Reels.
Oh my God, there's a World Cup.
Friday so mobile
Madunggan mo dito sa live. Nag-live mo din. Nauta na si Riggs. Siya ba yung pasaba sa ADHD? Riggs, assuming ka lang. Shout out viewers.
Kapot si Karun. Ay, wala ka. Tuwag ko sa live ko.
Happy tayo ba Parklands? Di ka gusto mag-luban na.
Hindi ka na mag-ano din ako. Wala mo parang kayo.
Bigyan ko matiwasan.
Wala. Wala na yung workshop.
Asa iPad ni Shubay ako nandun.
Wala na. Lagi! May ukaan na din dito. Pwede mo parang dito.
Gibaha, ila store.
Ay, hindi nyo history yun.
Yeah. Bawal sila. I'm not lying.
Why?
Weird life. No, pero dahil sa tunaling aircon.
Uy, kabindi ka sa lip shop.
Nakainit dito.
If the beta, here, doon ka sa live.
Doon mo sa live.
Stop.
Shut up. Magkita mo sa live kung saan mo. Oh, Ron.
What is this? Please. Macedalo.
preventive
Itu sama nih. Baby that.
process of the application pero sa cases lang sa member dili na siya malaki general
Yes, mangod ay pusang ba?
The contract is cancelled. The buyer. Contract the buyer. And location. Balik ka lagi. September man mo na tama.
So itong kan ba? Kasi dalo 6.5.
265.
6.5
What she said. Nagawa na yung anak.
Gigawa siya sa mga codes. Kaya sa accounting standards for type ko, ako po ang date of registration and siya.
Hindi ba ginagawa siya?
65, 12, 11, 2, 3, 8, 10, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Insurance.
Insurance na katungkol.
Then, it was a
Ano sa kayo ko? Sige na ko.
9.5.
1, 1, 2, 3, 2.
One ang corporate ang co-op ay
9 like 1. 9.5.
ang co-op.
Bigyan mo na.
Tapos yung mga
Ah, 6.5 kasi ito. 9.5.
ay, uy.
Yeah, 8799 is RC.
Ikaw na magkantas nito na.
Tapos yahan yun.
Yeah,
Kulang
1.
yun.
Slow ba yun?
SS law. SS law.
Yan, medyo lang nga. Medyo sa akin.
11199.
Dali na lang. Ako lang yung version ko lang. Percentage to.
Conspicuous kaya ka ng obvious na place.
Shit. Ah, sa katanan sa stock certificate. Mga ba na di ba?
Ang what, ka-reader po conspicuous yung mga business.
Di mag-mention.
Ano yung conspicuous place na?
Conspicuously stated in the...
Ay, ba't
Yeah, please po nila conspicuous place. Sana sa mga business, di ba? Yes.
Have I ever been down?
Ikaw mag-ice cream doon ko ice cream din. Oh.
Double na black oil.
Dirty ice cream ra ha. Kasi totoo ka, magnum ako yan.
Di kong balikat ay.
Balik mo ba yung
Magnum na ka just for.
Magbasa po ka. Magbasa po ka. Go, sama, magbasa.
May crush ni mo sa iya, no? Crush ni mo sa iya. Ay, isa pa.
Dito ka na lang, Wait, wait.
Sorry.
Because I kind of just ignore insurance. To be honest, I kind of just gonna rely on the. I personally feel like domain will be fun. Also, maybe even the insurance after.
Provided further.
For my family,
Shout out Birds Daniel Nagmeow.
It is going to be a search for the dance.
Wow, so fit.
Dapat si Enzo Potter eh. Enzo! Hi sa ko, Papa.
By minimum dependence pension. Minimum dependence pension. Ha?
Under 120 monthly contribution.
Bawal. Kanya ka, lamsa. Either the higher between sa katong total payments divided by total or katong 12 months. Di ba?
Constant o higher between.
Magaling ko sa higher between. Sa higher between ano sa katong total payments mo in advance yan, total months pay. Ano sa kay 12 months.
Let's go. Brother daw, high five.
Hello tita.
Hello, tita. Shout out sa'yo, tita. Dadet ko eh. If over siya 120, naka-extend ko exercise lang lang 18 months na.
After sa everyday.
Over? Di man. Naman, hindi man ka mo advance kid. 18 or di lang.
Bisan pag ko, wala ka.
Yeah, mo ako nagdulong. Discuss mo tali sir na.
Di ba yun na kanina na eh?
Nga ang usual nga practice kay kuan, like mo advance yung 18. Ay gabi ko rin buto-buto sa baba. Kalit nga. Wala man.
Ay pareho. Ano ba, YouTuber ko?
Samot. Permit? Maman ako ang dagang pipilit.
Ano ko na kasi di ba? Basta ko.
May argue no?
Operative ba?
Sabi yung manyarig
Ano ba kasi
mag-argue.
definition sa argue? Ay, makasapot siya si Riggs dahil.
Wala ka, Rizzo, bilibag ka na sure.
Riggs, makasapot siya rin.
Kami na rin si same, make answer. Kulay, gusto ni.
Nanapay ko ibang joke. Away sa Jeremy na. Away ka. Jeremy, sakto yung answer. Pero mali yung pagsabi ng answer. Siya, mali yung answer. Pero sakto yung pagsabi ng super duper. No, enjoy it.
Ano man ka, clashing pride.
Ako ay pinakabutan naman. Away. Ngayon ako bias.
Shut up, shut
Wala
up.
ko. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
Shut up.
Ano ka pa mag-away? May always say yes.
Mag-isli ko answer sa part.
Na, I will balik ko sa 30 tapos sa insurance by wala may point.
Insurance? Death? Kano sa mga kumplay ang kano sa dapat mabayad sa insurance? Ano to?
Katong rag
Remittance like within 30 man sa to? Within 30 tapos sa live siya sa live bro na. Rosem sila ganang tinga to. Twice the interest is set sa monetary board. Ayo, bago no, 30 days sa live. We're not like 30 pero if within 60 days, wala naman na-determine na fair value sa kuwan. Sa, ano ba na? Property. Oh, wala. Day 30. If within 60 days, wala naman na-determine na fair value. 90 days lang. Hindi, sa ano ko na. Asa ko notebook?
Kanang Marcelo.
Wala kasi di ba?
Hindi ayos sila.
Kasi nagkaroon sa suod.
Hindi baliktad. Ilang baliktad no?
Ayawa na rin.
Una ka ganito na ng baba mo.
Pero sila, pati na ako siya, pasimbalo daw para sa mga kumba.
Natural law man. Human reason, natural law. Kaya moral mo na sunod, di ba?
Sunod sa lahat.
Ikaw, ito na malaya, manigikan ba? Ano naman ka dito? Layas mo. Kani wala. Pinabudget ko sa part. Kasi dyan sa part na kanang wala ano ko ito naman galing sa tanan. Okay. Mawani-wani ko ba? Kato dapat sa secured borrowing. Pinrolos ko dapat secured borrowing lang ko.
Diyan na siya if
30 lang. Diba, compare mo.
sila MD.
Ang discounting, di ba?
Sila may
Proceeds. Ba't kalimot ko sa email ko balik?
Nakakuha sa 1.5.
Basta kay kabulor ko ang solution. Kalimot ako ano na mga type. Conditional sale na standard borrowing.
Basta with request na.
Ako rin memorize ang country.
Upat, di ba? Upat.
Los NR
Guys, sa amin.
Pertains ko mo. Assignment ko, balik. Balik na gali. Balik rin. Password sa wifi.
Sure, uli mas close na, di ba?
Animal ka?
Hindi nag-online.
Ulit.
Or after na CPA.
Tang ina mo na eh.
Ikaw, Justin, sa kamusta? Meron siya kamusta. Gusto yung pagtanong mo kasi ikaw pa. Wala ka.
I made the worst one. July ata.
Basta kayo ay. Dapat member to member. Ano ko to member. Co-op na member kayo. Unless
Punay mo na siya. Muna, hindi na pumunta ko.
you're welcome. You look ito lang. I prepare to stop BSA.
Dili mo na yung kasi scholarship skin.
Tila, tulog ang colors.
Upat na na. Mention wrong. Tulo ka colors. Gahay, kami ko naman. Mamay naman.
What if constructive comfort?
Portion.
I-take ka sa exam tom. Ayaw ka nag-party na ko ng bayan. Ang book, gibo ko lang si 7 a.m. Susunod lang. 10 minutes. Wala ko yung sa tutor. Dugay ako sa 10 minutes. Magtanong, 11! 44! Ginawa ko na si Bigay sa busy. Matas kaya gab, nagsan na lang sa para ako ano.
Yan, bagoy niyo.
Ano ko mga fan?
Kitipo.
Di ba makasagdating na?
Kapoy yung sa mga puta.
Kapoy kayo masako.
Either. Facultative. Rare. A rare.
Ang dito ko ano?
Rolex.
Generic na ang kuan. Oto ang last dili. Rolex ni mo.
Determining ano.
Yung naman serial number.
Unique na tanong.
Ay, specific lagi. Specific lagi. Ang Omega mo yung generic.
Kasi Omega.
Ang kanang third na
Rare man siya.
Diba? Pero wala mo kayo answer mo. Fit ba? Sumunang ga 8 ko.
May kabuko kaya ay caps na yung serial number.
Office own creation.
Now, generic.
Di ba specific din na office own creation?
Oh,
Umana sa basa.
Yeah, renowned na.
specific na ang duha ka first.
That the choice of prestation belong exclusively to Marcos. Si Marcos ang debtor.
Doon may utang.
Siya ang tanang obliged to give. However, the contract also contains a clause stating Marcos had it impossible
Dili man last na kuan.
either of the two, he may substitute as ngayon lagi may facultative na alternative. Either of the two, he may substitute the obligation
Ito ba,
by the
yung regulations of one by general assembly.
Sarah may government ang hindi mag-delegate election tapos mo.
Ayaw yan.
Ay, dali, election mo ng board.
Sa cooperative, sa branch or something.
Di, pakita ko yung enumeration din. Awar na naman.
Officers,
Dili.
general assembly.
Ay, dili ko no.
Wrong ko ato. Kaya nagdinanghag. Kanisipay ba ka na
For door naman to.
Kay Mercy, nakakalap pa na So like,
Sa galianan.
kaya when ang due date? Una yung due date. Una, ang siyang dipili. Kaya mo yung pinakadool og due date.
Sa galianan sa kalikurin pa.
Sige, sino mo answer mo?
Oh.
Proportionate.
Oh.
Ano na kayo answer
Sila
proportionate?
ko wrong siya kaya dapat dili sakto ang word ng adoption of incorporation. Dili ka na adoption like ang word kay adoption. Promise.
Diba? Diba amendment?
Amendment dapat dili adoption of incorporation.
Wala siya ako.
Ang first diba ito choice?
Kami na, increase yung ginawa.
Ngayon ko ako, Bernie ba ako?
Kaya na ako.
Sila ako sa On March 10, through Marcus gross negligence. Gross negligence. Assume if gross negligence equal to what? A fire broke out in his workshop.
Basta kung kita mo for you, shit lang.
What do you
Kita mo for you.
Plus.
One page, usama siya.
Ha?
Diyan na, sorry.
Or you. Meron tayo, pero mas inaan siya taas. Yeah, ChatGPT.
Dili man siya GPT ko iyahan G-Force ka labor kay dito siya sa test ba?
So yan to eh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Suryano?
Ay, or hindi mo kang
Ay, sir, dili labor sa
na part 2.
So yan, labor?
Labor.
Di ang court ko.
Ay, ang work ko kay Nara sa Soriano sa Domingo.
Naman po dagwan. Naman ko labor ang so yan.
Wala ko niyo Domingo Valley pero naka-Domingo. Dili, naka-Domingo ko previous na.
On May
Like,
15,
nasa record mo mo sa
sudden unprecedented flash flood is a First Marcos Town, southwest destroying Marcos photograph and had just
familiar
reached
my
18.
kasama ko
Had just as well as the 2025 Omega Seamasters. Also Omega Seamasters. On the delivery on one when Marcos failed to deliver wait lang. Wala man siya ni-declare mo sa substitute niya. Hindi ba siya na-declare niya substitute niya?
Sabagay na yun.
Nawala ng dua ka principal tapos ang last na principal nawala ng supporting student. Kasi nga na source for the vice representative because that is the thing sa
Naraway. Kuan.
public disclosures mo ni
Kuan. Approve amendments.
lagi no ano amendment tapos election.
Amendment.
Saan siya na? Saan na?
Power.
Saan siya na?
treaty ba nga?
Solo ba nakaposit?
Na. Kasi pwede ma-vote sa preference.
Ay, ang sad.
Ikaw pa na nga acronym. Ay.
Ano ka ay niya? Acronym, sir, right? Sa nag-voting.
Muna, right?
May ako teknika na do. Okay, by exclusion ng ang maka-vote ang maka-vote ang powers nga na
Ang answer na
voting
decreasing,
lang.
pero ako na, sa'yo, na-answer na merger. Kaya ang pagsabi na ko, ang D siguro kay Kani. Sad.
By virtue of exclusion ng merger.
Nasa book. Medyo nito ang ayang sad. Lagi mo
Ito nga tulog ka issue. Saan tulog ka issue?
Increase in capital stock, increase in
Capital stock,
indebtedness.
indebtedness, increase in
Niya.
increase in stock, capital stock, increase. Ang S kay
Dibalik na
Philippines pala eh. Philippines pala eh.
Ayaw,
In term.
term.
In term. And then, ang A kay amendment sa bylaws. And then, ang M kay merger or modification. Ang S kay
Sell of all
Of substantial.
substantial. Then, ang A kay amendment of articles.
Delegation ko.
amendments and
Ang D kay dissolution.
ito na itong one no?
Kanan, hindi ko check mo answer. Kaya mo ikaw ang mga ka-answer.
Ano ni 41 messages naman eh. Directed lyrics na.
Uy, kabog ka na mag-chat mo ni Riggs. Kapag kapila ka messages maabot sa inyo ha? Before ko makabak-read. 348.
Pagbunta man ko lyrics na talaga. Shout out to Rick Derek, the passionate guy. Naminaw na lyrics sir. Shout out Rick.
Nalong ko kayo.
43 messages na. Para may 6 lang at Jeremy din.
Makalamot ba yan? Maka-realize sa'yo. Ako yung isa na ko. Pwede, brag ako. Wala magkabras.
Bali pa pinag-discuss sa AI. Bilang sa score niyo mga totoo. Ano yun? Paper.
Zeko, 1 points.
Pati ko sa atap. Hindi, mga sumat mo sa imong gitro.
siya di may saksi.
Hoy, makibatasan na. Okay, loyalty.
Nag-warning mo ko sa ato.
Ano ko, traitor?
20. Tagaan ko kasi record ko $1 million. Ipapod sa show. Hindi ako sa tagaan 1,000. Ako siya ginawa na like except if wala ang provider. Ano ni by the assume ni by this year. Wala mo dili ka talaga siya nag-failure. Sa converter.
Akong pinaka-speak sa Arabic.
Diba?
Ako
Nababato.
pinaka-hit mo, tapos ako pinaka-hit speak. Ay, kanang Asean email is vlog out. Second ang wala, true, si Papa Rawan. Pag-box hindi na ganun ang mga
Asa ba ka nagbasa?
Ay, ba't kito ba na sila? Ay, magalang hapon.
Pag kami sa ako, ilang ka to, yan ba?
Namiruta na, namiruta.
Yan, namiruta.
Galing din.
Ay, sa island.
Oh, no. Sa'yo, Prasha, kati 26 naman. Sino kasama? Taga-parang, di ba binigyan na? Listen na, layo na kayo. Gusto na siya ako yung
Sagot niya. Member to member, ano na generally? Or member to member, or someone capable of being a member. Like qualified. Income expert. Constitution man.
Ha? Hindi ito
Alternative kaya ka Constitution. Nagkukulit ko lagi, principal first nation. Sa pagkutatin, kaya pag may principal, more okay principal. Pero ang gibutang ng Drake, substitution man. Before substitution man.
Ako ba sige yun? Ako yun, ako sir dapat.
As per ka na-proof din.
Ako?
Gaya ko sa obligation.
Ako rin yun. Ano ibig?
Hindi. Sila ko ex-guy mamatay. Ex-guy kay.
Gani, ipapunta din before sa institution na wala ang principal na extinguish siya. Before para sa institution. Hindi, before dyan, certificate, yan na.
Before.
Oh, yan na, extinguish yung sir ang juan. Sir, ang juan na, ang principal man. Dili ko makakala sa mga pinapapila. Alternative ang facultative substitution man. Principal.
Alternative po to sa
Alternative kaya ang katong alternative moros principal or
Lahat, sa'yo, di ako lahat.
ang alternative moros principal. Yes. Then ang facultative kay kanang principal o substitution. That's very true.
Thank you so much. Wala ka basta substitution. Di na. Accept na ko. You should do good. Ano nag-video ko? Fuck the world. That is the picture.
Jennifer ko sa strategically uminit ng Wow.
Pero actually, ganyan may pa-sir activity sa Westminster na sa art. Wow. Pero in sa real data, mas daghan pa sir sa
True. True. Bisag yung dito ka.
data.
Passport yun. Kasi tayo.
Agriculture.
Agriculture.
Very intuitive.
Good afternoon. Let's continue. I sent the task map now for my part, so it will be disseminated in a while. So we'll have PPE. By the way, we have not discussed again. I'm repeating this. So we have not discussed some of the topics, but it will still be covered. CFAS, katong standard setting bodies, intangibles, biological assets, they are covered bisag wala siya gi-discuss. Okay, you have discussed those items man during the semester, no? Na-discuss mo biological asset?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Sir, dili ka mo review, sir, pila ka mo ang theories.
Adili na ako i-segregate.
So dili ka mo ito sila kung basitan na ka mo theories.
Okay. Ang nasabutan naman ni Sir D is, I think, 10 akong theories.
And then 25 ang sa problems.
Problems.
Same with him, sir.
10 si Dr. D.
Ay, hindi hatag
Marag 5 pero ko kuno to iyang theories. Pero ano sa iyang gihatag nga test map na dyan ang batang theories?
Wala, sir. Kanira kung same muha nga
Oh.
topic, sir. Pero yung
Ako
one-
na remember before is 10 ako din 5 mo siguro to iya.
So, basta tani mo ha, sir, ha?
10 ako ang theories. I sent a new one with bio and intangible. Gikuhaan ako, nakagikuhaan lang.
Kuha ano, list. Sir, itan mo ka rin cash.
More gikuha na kang cash and then
Ang cash mo to, batas answer.
ay gamay ra mag-cover siyang cash ko. Gamay ra topics ba?
Ang laser pwede rin na to i-mark.
Okay.
Dapat ang list may daghan. So, gikuha na ko ang cash and ang list.
Pwede po ni iba sa
For intangibles and biological, I have it here. Maybe I'll give the handout. Let me check if napaboto.
Paragraph, please, sir. Ay, okay lang.
Biological asset and intangibles, no? I'm sending intangibles. Wait, sorry. Ulit Okay. Sa makadawat pa share lang ko dana. Intangibles. Hulo, ang uban share na lang to. Biological asset. Sige. Apila ni ko na kana accounting change pass 8 with biological asset.
Allocate na kasi mo ang mga funds. Yan na kay patronate yung mga tao sa scheme of manage funds. Yung mga ihatag sa mga members. Dapat yung sa member ka share mo. Nakala, it's not member key. Minimum capital requirement. Para ma-member ka, expire. Prescribe nila. Tapos wala sa accumulate. Ato siya sa
Dili man dawat.
fund.
I do not know.
10% drop.
Sorry.
First
Ah, ano ni? Apil ni dire? Sige. Dili gyud siya masal. I don't. Pa-share na lang ko sa nakadawat, i-share sa inyong page. Sige. So we'll start. Okay. So let's have PPE, past 16. So for PPE, they are tangible items, meaning they are capable of being seen, can be touched. They are held for use in production or supply of goods such as factories, buildings, storage, or for rental to others, or for administrative purposes. They are expected to be used for more than one period. Now, when it comes to rental to others, isn't it not nga ang standard applicable if we held out our asset, our land or building or any portion thereof for rental, supposedly investment property. Now, for equipment nga held out for rentals, it's not investment property, ha? It is PPE. Equipment, machineries. So you have the criteria for probable future economic benefits and costs that can be measured reliably. So how do we measure PPE? We measure them at cost. It includes, in general, for all types of PPE, the purchase price, import duties, take note, non-refundable purchase taxes. Kanang refundable, normally they're not included. And after deducting trade discounts and rebates. And directly attributable cost, initial estimate of dismantling and removing the item if there is an obligation to do so. Muna ni-mention ko, this is very common for assets, no? Initial estimate of dismantling. So for replacement costs, now, an entity recognizes in the carrying amount of an item of PPE the cost of replacing part of such an item when that cost meets the criteria of past 16. Otherwise, they might be debited as an expense, repairs and maintenance. Income or loss on incidental operations. For example, you have kaning mga land nga parkingan, no, pending sa construction of a building. So you might generate some revenue. So they are treated as deduction of the total cost. And here comes the one issue. So katong salvage materials, for example, if you demolish a building to erect a new one, no, the demolition cost definitely will be added as part of the cost of the building. Ang pangutana, ang proceeds from sale of salvage materials. Kay kang Valix kay i-deduct, no? Kang Wagan treated as income. I asked Dr. D, karon ganiya nga sa department, ito, what's our stand for this? Kay we have to be uniform. Ingon siya nga ay lang kuno i-appeal kay it's a gray area. Okay. So during exams, I will not include items with demolition cost. If for some reason ma-appeal siya accidentally, what do you prefer? Deduct or unsa inyong nakuha na andan ninyo ang deduct?
Ang salvage yung deduct.
Weekend is deduct?
Yeah, yung demolition cost kailangan.
Oh, surprise sila ko. Pero ang actual nga PIC ha, kung bita naglibog ko, Philippine naman ang interpretation. Actual nga PIC is i-treat siya as income. Dapat i-treat siya as income. May latest nga development. So yeah, dili sa na ko i-appeal, pero you know, just in case. So, we'll settle at is i-treat lang siya as income. Mao na ang last development, latest development. Okay? And for land, of course, it includes purchase price, directly attributable cost, cost incurred in getting the land in the condition for its intended use, grading, filling, draining, and clearing, any liens, mortgages, encumbrances of the property, katong mga unpaid real property taxes assumed by the buyer, appeal to. But once purchased, real property taxes after the purchase is expense. And any additional land improvements that have an indefinite useful life. Now, kaning mga lirin lang. Let's talk first about taning mga buildings. When you purchase a land with an existing building. So, if the building is not usable, the whole purchase price goes to the land. But if the building is usable, you allocate based on fair value. Now, if that building which is usable and later on destroyed, demolished, naman to siya assigned nga carrying amount, correct? Gidemolish siya kay magtukod kag new building, the carrying amount of the old building is expensed or loss. The cost of the demolition is added to the cost of the new building. Ang demolition cost, di bagawas. Savings. No? Removal of old building is a land cost because these activities are... No, this is applicable if... This is applicable if the building is not usable. Okay. Building cost, of course, it depends. Wala ko na separate there, but it depends if it's purchased or constructed. If it's purchased, you have the purchase price, directly attributable cost, cost to drive away the unwanted tenants in the buildings. That's included as well. Cost of elevators, if they're part of the blueprint. Kanang mga temporary fences. Kabante mo na construct na temporary fences, that's part of the building as well. Pero if permanent nga fence, it becomes land improvements. Of course, permits, no? Now, if it's created, if it's constructed, well, you have the usual. You have the labor, materials, borrowing cost, and overhead. And take note, excavation. Ara ba maglibong sa excavation? Because excavation deals with digging up the land. So some might think it's part of land cost. No. Excavation is done as preparation of erecting the building. So even though it's done on the land, excavation cost is added as part of the building cost. So again, going back sa katong elevators, if they are in elevators, lighting systems, if they are installed, they're part of the blueprint. They are included as part of the building. Furniture and fixture, if they are immovable, meaning they're fixed and they are installed during the construction of the building, they're also part of the building. Otherwise, they are recorded as a separate furniture and fixtures. Okay? Cost of equipment, of course, same thing, purchase price, freight, insurance on the equipment while in transit. Now, of course, buildings and some heavy equipments require insurance for during operations. For example, kani insured ni siya fire insurance. It's not capitalized. It's expense. What is being capitalized here, cost of equipment, is the insurance while in transit. Okay? Special foundations, kanang mga special installations to accommodate mga cooling systems for the efficient operation of the equipment and machinery, they are added. Okay, assembly, cost, all the rest. Special assessments, wala din na mention rin sa land. Special assessments. Special assessments are sort of additional taxes imposed by LGU normally if there are projects near the area. Inyong balay, kilid sa SRP nga dalan or do sa SRP, maka-benefit mo sa pagpanindot sa dalan. Some LGUs or LGUs might impose additional taxes in a form of special assessments. If those are imposed on the land owned by the company, it can be capitalized. So, different ways to acquire the property: acquisition on cash basis. You debit the asset at cash, cash equivalent. So if there are discounts, dapat supposedly PPE are recorded net of discount whether taken or not. Now in most problems, they do not generally provide the discount, so don't have to worry about it. So if they are acquired, if a bundle of assets are acquired at lump sum or basket price, they are allocated based on fair value. If dili identifiable ang fair value for both, you use the residual approach. You identify unsang fair value ang naa, the balance goes to the other asset. Acquisition on account. If it's acquired on account, subject to a cash discount, the cost of the asset is equal to the invoice price less the discount, as I've said, whether taken or not. This is also true for inventories. Theoretically, this net method is the correct method. It's more aligned with the standards. But practicality, you are allowed with gross method. Okay, it's easier to record. So, if you're using gross method, meaning you debit the equipment at gross, accounts payable at gross, and you pay it with the discount within the discount period, you debit accounts payable gross to close the AP, credit cash net of the discount, and credit equipment. So you will notice, even if you're using gross method, the net balance of your equipment account is still net of the discount. Now, if you paid outside the discount period, you still reduce the equipment equal to the discount. So, only that, ngari, you record a loss for purchase discount loss. If you're using net method, you simply record the asset equal to the net, and then if payment is made within the discount period, you simply pay. If there's discount loss, you debit a loss. Purchase discount lost. You'll notice the equipment again is recorded at net. In both methods, equipment should be presented in the financial statement as net. Assets acquired on installment basis. If payment is deferred beyond normal credit terms, the difference between the cash price and the cash price equivalent and the total payment is recognized as an interest. So same thing, you record the asset. If there's a cash price, you record it at cash price. What about issuance of share capital? Acquisition of an asset by issuing share capital. Now this one, the top one is from Valix. This one is from Wagan. If shares are issued for consideration other than actual cash, The proceeds shall be measured at the fair value of the consideration received. Meaning, somehow contrary to PFRS 2. Kaya PFRS 2 mong good, we use, di ba, for PFRS 2, that's issuance of shares or share-based payment for goods and services received. If you remember PFRS 2, we use the fair value of the shares. Now there, in VALIX, ang unang basihan is the fair value of the property received, not the fair value of your own shares. If they're available, then you can use the fair value of your shares. If it's not available, then you can use the par value of the shares. But for vacant, it's quite different. It follows PFRS 2. So first, when companies acquire property, such as ordinary shares, the par value or stated value of such shares fails to properly measure the property cost. If trading of the shares is active, you use the market price of the shares. Or actually, the market price of the share is a fair indication of the cost of the property acquired. The shares are a good measure of the current cash equivalent price. If the company cannot determine the fair value of the ordinary shares exchanged, it may estimate the fair value of the property. So, as you can see, bali siya. Masa kitudlo sa inyo, ha? Shares. So, we stick with shares. Fair value of shares? May gitudlo niya sa IA ba? IA2. So, we stick with that. And issuance of bonds payable. If you acquire an asset in exchange of bonds payable, you record the asset at fair value of the bonds payable. If not available, fair value of the asset received. If it's still not available, the face amount of bonds payable. And then exchange, a barter. Now, barter is accounted for depending on whether there is commercial substance or not. What's a commercial substance? For example, you bartered with your friend a calculator with an exact design, exact model, even with the exact life. Then technically, ang imong giilis, wala rin siya effect sa future cash flows sa imong company. So that's what we refer to as no commercial substance. But if you have bartered with an asset with so much value na it affects the cash flows, future cash flows of your company, mas tindot nga calculator, mas beneficial, then there is a commercial substance. So, if there is commercial substance, you record it at fair value. No? Fair value of the asset. Fair value of the asset received. I think there's a hierarchy as well. Have you discussed this on exchange? Ano sa inyong unahon? Received or given up sa inyong i-discuss? Given up. That's Valix way man. Masa na ang wigat eh? Si Dr. D. Nag-Valix na siya. Kanang fair value of given up, that's Valix. Ang kang weekend kay wala siya na-specify. Ingon ra siya nga fair value of the asset received or given up, whichever is discernible. Now, if ang exam maghatag og duha, anay ha? If usa ra gyatag nga fair value, then you get either received or given up. Definitely. But if na fair value duha, you use the fair value of the asset given up. Okay, fair value of the asset given up. What if sa inyong trade na add cash Kaya mo na kasagaran, no? Trade nga add cash. If pag na kay cash nga gipon, no, then you add it as cost of the asset acquired. If ikay nakadawat sa cash, nag-barter mo niya, ikay gi-addan og cash, you deduct it from the cost of the asset acquired. And donations are recorded at fair value, crediting donated capital. Where do you record donated capital?
Equity.
Share premium, no? Equity. They have the same nature as share premium. Okay, construction. So you already discussed this: direct cost, direct material, labor, overhead, and of course borrowing cost. No? Subsequent measurement, it can be carried at cost model or evaluation model. When it comes to past 40 investment property, pretty fair value model. So you have the general formula: gain or loss on the recognition, proceeds or the selling price minus the carrying amount. Fully depreciated property. If a property is fully depreciated and it's still being used, technically the book value is equal to the residual value. Or if there's no residual value, the book value is equal to 0. Would you still present it in your financial statement if 0? Present sa financial statement? You can. Pwede siya present sa financial statement if 0 or it is close. No? Notes to financial statement. So cost model, you already know this. It's easy. You have historical cost minus accumulated depreciation. You have several ways in computing accumulated depreciation. And of course, impairment losses. For the evaluation model, you have you adjust for every 3 years or for a specific period of time. You adjust the cost of the PPE equal to its fair value or depreciated fair value. Idle or abandoned property. Even if the property is no longer being used, we discussed this in PFRS 5, you still have to continue the depreciation. So you have depreciation, you have physical depreciation or functional or economic depreciation. So physical wear and tear, and functional is more on obsolescence. Dili na magamit because it becomes obsolete. Like Kodak na camera. It became obsolete. So yung useful life has been extensively reduced. So factors in computing the depreciation, you have the depreciable amount, which is historical cost minus the residual value. Residual value is the estimated amount that can be recovered from the property at the end of its useful life. Then you have the useful life. Now for useful life, it's normally in years, but for depreciation using output method, it can be in units. It can be in units. And you have the depreciation pattern na rin. So several methods of depreciation: straight line, composite, in group. Nag-discuss mo, wala ba ni Swigan? Walay. Ha? Dili man ako i-appeal ang ganing. Ang i-appeal na ko sa depreciation would be straight line, SYT, and declining. Double declining and 150% declining. Or depende. These items, I've included it here. You still have to learn this for future purposes, but I will not include this in the exam, given it was not mentioned in vacant. Sa depletion, you know man depletion, di ba? Nag-discuss mo depletion. So we will follow that. Di ba sa depletion, okay. Because we have here a similar manggod nga kon, similar way sa depletion. Kani. Kitawag nag-output or production method. Now, if you remember depletion, that's what standard is kon. Exploration activities. IFRS 9 6 6 say 7 day 8 is operating segments. Yeah, financial instruments, no? So, going back to exploration costs. If you remember, you're going to compute the depletable amounts divided by the estimated of units that you can extract. Diba? And then, you compute the depletion by multiplying the actual ores extracted multiplied by the depletion rate. Katong depletable unit divided by the total amount estimated to be extracted, we call it the depletion rate. So, pila imong na extract multiplied by the depletion rate, that's your depletion. It's technically the same here. But instead of using depletable amount, ang inyong numerator would be depreciable amount divided by the estimated useful life man siya, no? Pero you can use that estimated number of ores or units to be extracted. Because machineries and equipments used in exploration activities are to be depreciated in a similar pattern in which it is consumed, which is pareha sa depletion. So, appeal niya siya, output or production method. And then finally, the common one, SYD, sum of years digit. Kaning declining balance dili ni included. What I've mentioned is double declining and maybe 150% declining. Ang kasayon sa double declining and 150% declining is just 1 over useful life times 2 if it's double. It's 150% times 1.5. Ang nakalisod sa declining is nana siya ay square root. Na square root. It rarely comes out in an exam. And given it's difficult sa inyong calculator, kaya na siya square root, we will not include this one. So, ang included, double declining. You have inventory method. Will not include this as well. I have not seen it in Waygan. And retirement and replacement method. But just to discuss, retirement and replacement method, as the name implies, you record the depreciation when you retire or you replace the asset. So there's no depreciation recorded until the asset is retired or it is replaced. This is normally used for small assets. Change in useful life or the depreciation method, it's treated as changes in policy or changes in estimate. Changes in estimate, meaning it will be applied currently and prospectively. For evaluation model, so you can either use man-cost model or evaluation model. For evaluation model, you adjust the cost of the asset to the fair value. Now, it's not done annually. It's done on a regular basis. Most cases, 3 to 5 years interval. So, evaluation is done when the fair value of the asset differs materially from the carrying amount. So, how do we revalue? Again, as I've mentioned, we use the fair value of the asset. Now, if the fair value is not available, we use the replacement cost, meaning tagpila mo siya if brand new siya, and then we depreciate it accordingly. So we call it the depreciated replacement cost. So you have this table, it's found in Valik's book. You have the cost minus accumulated depreciation, that's your carrying amount. Then replacement cost minus accumulated depreciation equals your sound value or the depreciated replacement cost. Now, if you have fair value, you can use fair value automatically. The difference between the cost and the replacement cost is what you call appreciation. And then you also have the increase in the accumulated depreciation. The difference between the carrying amount, the old carrying amount, and the sound value or the fair value is your revaluation surplus. Now, there are two ways to account for this revaluation. You can have the proportional approach, which you proportionately increase the asset and proportionately increase the accumulated depreciation. So basically, you debit the asset equal to the appreciation, you credit accumulated depreciation equal to the increase, and then you credit revaluation surplus. That's the proportional approach, meaning the cost and the AD are proportionately increased. The second one is elimination approach, where the accumulated depreciation is eliminated against the gross carrying amount of the asset. So, your accumulated depreciation will be adjusted with an excess going to revaluation surplus. Now, in both methods, your revaluation surplus remains the same. Maglahi ra sila sa cost and sa accumulated depreciation. But the revaluation surplus in both methods remains the same. Where do we present the revaluation surplus? As part of OCI. Now, realization of revaluation surplus. So, revaluation surplus, when realized, is transferred to retained earnings. And there are two ways to realize revaluation surplus: by using the asset or by selling the asset. If you sold the asset, all RS goes to RE. The balance of revaluation surplus immediately goes to retained earnings if sold. However, if you use the asset, then you have what you call piecemeal realization. Basically, you divide the revaluation surplus over the useful life. That's for depreciable assets. If non-depreciable assets such as land na kay revaluation surplus, there's no such thing as piecemeal. The only time nga mabalhin siya sa RA is when it is sold. So what if there is a revaluation decrease, meaning nag-recognize kag surplus but nabali, nigamay ang fair value. So the revaluation decrease shall first be charged to the balance of the revaluation surplus. So mo zero si revaluation surplus. Ang excess goes to impairment loss. Okay, it goes to impairment loss. Past 36, impairment is a fall in market value of an asset so that the recoverable amount is less than the carrying amount. So we carry our asset in a financial statement whichever is lower between the carrying amount and the recoverable amount. How do we determine the recoverable amount? Whichever is higher between value in use and fair value less cost of disposal. So, for most tangible asset, we test it for impairment if there are indications that the asset have been impaired. But for assets such as intangible assets with indefinite useful life, you test it for impairment annually, whether or not na ay indications of impairment. So you have the formula. Impairment loss is the difference between the carrying amount and the recoverable amount. Recoverable amount is whichever is higher. So fair value less cost of disposal. Now this is under IFRS 13, the new definition of fair value. So how do we determine the fair value? If we have quoted prices in an active market for identical asset, like this. No. iPhone 17, there are active markets, Facebook Marketplace. Active market, you can check the fair value. If daily available, then you can have inputs that are observable either directly or indirectly for similar assets. Pare-pareho. If they were available, that's the time we use mathematical formula. Una makuha ka present value, so on and so forth. Then you have the value in use, which is basically the present value of all net cash inflow. Net cash inflow. So reversal of impairment loss. If there is an impairment loss, the loss is debited to expense, or the loss presented in P&L. However, if there are reversals, musaka balik ang recoverable amount, you can recognize gain from reversal, but you are not allowed to exceed the carrying amount had there been no impairment in the first place. So you have here more items on which are chargeable to land, purchase price, we've mentioned this, registration, relocation, mortgages, unpaid taxes only up to the date of acquisition, survey, payments of tenants for them to vacate the land, permanent improvements like grading, leveling, and landfill, cost of option to buy. By the way, what if one dayon og palit sa land? How do you treat that cost of option? Expense. Then land improvements. Yeah, this. Buildings, purchase price, legal fees, mortgages, unpaid taxes. Kanang in Philippines, we have real property taxes for land, and we also have real property taxes for buildings. Mona sa inyong parents, if you ask them, you have a tax declaration for the land and another tax declaration for the building. And if it's constructed, I've mentioned this before, sidewalks, pavements, parking lots, if they are part of the blueprint, they are part of the building. Otherwise, they are charged to land improvement. For fixtures, katong gingon nga furniture and fixture, if they are immovable, then they are charged to the building. If they can be moved like this, they are charged to a separate account. Ventilating system, lighting, if they are installed during construction, charged to the building. Otherwise, they are charged to building improvements. And muna akong i-mention na ganihan. No, you allocate the price if the building is usable. If it's not usable, land only. And if the old building usable was demolished, then the allocated carrying amount is treated as loss. But if you're going to erect a building nga inyo ibaligya for inventory, then the carrying amount of the old building can be capitalized as cost of the new building. Only if the new building is for inventory. And then we have this. So di na tayo follow. Okay, demolition cost is capitalized, but salvage value will be treated as income. Again, during the exam, I will not have any proceeds from salvage value. Okay. A building acquired in use in prior period but not demolished. So, for machineries, same. VAT is not included. Tools, patterns, and dies, they can be capitalized under machinery. Additions, improvements, betterments. Karita sa replacements. Replacements. So, the difference between improvement and replacement is that for improvement, usually it's designed to improve the existing asset. And if it is designed to improve the existing asset, you can capitalize the improvement. If it lengthens the life, if it improves the quality, that is capitalizable. When it comes to replacement, there are some replacement that they technically don't improve the asset. No? Nawagtang ang back cover sa imong calcule, nag-iilisan na. No? They don't improve the asset. So, if they don't improve the asset, they can be charged to expense. So, major replacement. Sige. So, let's answer some questions. Okay, let's try solving some problems. Okay, let's start with number 1. Plant assets may properly include Charlie? For possible use, wala na siya kuan. Currently undetermined use. How do you classify land for currently undetermined use? Investment property. Answer is delta. Kanang Bravo, ang gi-imply ni Wigand Anna is non-current asset held for sale. Number 2, which of the following is not a major characteristic of a plant asset? Bravo. Why? Bravo is inventories. 3, which of these is not a major characteristic of a plant asset? Physical, acquired for use, long-term, delta. 4, Cotton Hotel Corporation recently purchased Emporia Hotel and the land on which it is located with a plan to tear down Emporia Hotel and build a new luxury hotel on the site. The cost of the Emporia Hotel should be Charlie. Five, cost of the land does not include what? Charlie. 6, cost of the land typically includes the purchase price and all of the following except. Bravo? Charlie. 7, if a corporation purchases a lot and building and subsequently tears down the building, uses the property as a parking lot, the proper accounting treatment of the cost of the building would depend. The answer is delta. Delta. 18, the debit for sales tax properly levied and paid on the purchase of machinery preferably would be charged to. Now sa Valix kay VAT is not capitalizable. But here the answer is alpha. 9. Fences and parking lots reported in the statement of financial position as land improvements. 10. Overhead costs incurred by an enterprise constructing its own building should be. Answer is delta between the asset and the normal operation. 11. Cost of non-monetary asset acquired in exchange for another non-monetary asset, and the exchange has commercial value. Answer given is alpha. Answer given is alpha. If it is equally reliable. Given up gyapon day si Wagan. So same din sila. Alpha is the answer given by Wagan. Ringler Corporation exchanges one plant asset for a similar plant asset and gives cash in exchange. The exchange is not expected to cause a material change in the future cash flows. If a gain on the disposal of the old asset is indicated, the gain will answer is bravo. Okay. This is cash payment ba, no? And gives cash in exchange. Dapat plus. Ang nasa answer key is bravo. Pero if ikaw ang nibayad, dapat plus. Although, if there's no commercial substance, instead of fair value, inyong gamitan is carrying value. But if you paid, dapat plus. Plus cash payment minus cash receipt man. I will check this again if magyud niya ang nasa answer. Dapat minus. Ay, okay. Ang gain man day ang gi-treat nun, it's not a cash. So, siya sakto day. It's bravo. It's bravo. Talking about the cash, the gain, not the cash. The gain will effectively reduce the amount to be recorded. That's correct day. I thought atong i-consider is the cash. Number 13, plant assets purchased on a long-term credit contracts should be accounted for Charlie. 14, when a plant asset is acquired by issuance of ordinary shares, how do we measure? Fair value of the shares. 15. When a closely held corporation issues preference shares, the land should be recorded equal to fair value of the land. Delta. 16. Accounting recognition should be given to gain realized on a non-monetary exchange of plant assets, except katong ganiha nga the gain was made to reduce the cost of the new asset. Why was that? Because there is no commercial substance. So you do not recognize a gain if there is no commercial substance. 17. For a non-monetary exchange of plant assets, accounting recognition should not be given to money. Same.
As no gain, sir.
17 is Charlie. Should not be given to a gain when exchange has no commercial substance.
Nakana sir kay recognition clause
Sa alpha,
More recognition clause,
Oh, sir, sa yan, as
kanang
clause.
vegan, sir. Bisag no commercial substance.
wrong ba na sir?
ang naa sa Valix, kay if there's no commercial substance, you debit and credit using the carrying amount of the asset given up. So technically, there's no gain or loss. There's no gain or loss, supposedly. Maybe Wigat is following the kaning sa nga principle. Prudence. Okay, if there's no commercial substance, it should be the carrying amount of the asset given up. Anyway, gray areas na to include. 18. How much should be recorded as a land and sa building? Again, na-salvage material sa i-account for it lang sa stored by Megan. Pero, during the exams will not include salvage materials. Answer is delta. Answer is delta. So for the land, you have 200 plus what? Demolition of old building. What else? Legal fees or due diligence, and salvage. For building, you have architect's fee and construction cost. Next, sales tax on purchase. Again, you include sales tax on purchase. Other costs incurred were freight charges, repairs, installation. What are capitalizable? 10,000 plus 500 plus 200 plus 225. Answer is Charlie. Next, 20. Answer is Charlie. Next, land company paid 70,000 to tear down the building. Salvage was sold at 10,500. Legal fees for due diligence is 6,500. Architect's fee, title cost, liability insurance during construction. excavation cost, and the contract. Yeah, assessment fee, lighting and signage. So for the land, it is Bravo. For the land, it is Bravo. So you have 1,100,000 plus 70,000 minus salvage plus 6,500 plus title insurance 4,500 and one-time assessment. Next cost of the building is Charlie. So you have the construction cost plus architect's fee plus the insurance during construction. $23 last. Is this the last number? Ano ba tayo? Land improvement? Bravo. Next. Average accumulated expenditures were 17 million. Actual interest, avoidable interest, salvage value, useful life. Answer is Alpha. That's correct. So you have the construction cost 24 million. Which one should we add? Actual interest or avoidable interest? Avoidable. This is your borrowing cost. Then minus the salvage value divided by 30 years, you get 700,000. 25. What amount of overhead should be included in the self-constructed asset? Answer is delta. Answer is delta. 26. During self-construction. Oh yeah, same thing. 27. Depreciation. Straight line method. Same, no? Same. The answer is alpha. 28. Average accumulated expenditure. You just have to compute for the average expenditure. Katong times pila ka months outstanding, then divided by 12, everything. This is borrowing cost naman. Na-appeal siya dali. Answer for this is? Answer is Bravo. Again, it's the same as borrowing cost, computation of the average expenditures.
Sa balik sir ba?
Sa balik sir, di ba? For example, if dili book year kay ang denominator niya kay yung reduce dili to
Kung dili mo man.
si vacant kay over 12 per me.
Bisag mahuman og early?
Yes, sir. Kana si Vito.
Oh, pero ang iyang capitalization sir kay from start ra to the time and end. So, for example, July.
Niya multiply na niya kuan.
Divided by 12.
But
Divided by 12.
12 na to sir?
12 ra, sir.
Dili.
per me siya denominator niya 12.
Bisag mahuman niya kaya half tunga-tunga sa year.
July to December sir. Or na 6 over 12, 5 over 12.
So, bali, nag-start ang construction in February to June. So, February, March, April, May, June, 5, niya over 12.
Oh yeah. Okay ra.
Ang ina na, sa
Ay, dili siya gray area, sir.
Sa balik sir kay reduce niya ang denominator.
Ang sa kang Valix kay for example nagsugod og January pero nahuman og September then i-reduce. Ang kato day is nagsugod og February.
Oh, sir, but over 12 yun siya, sir. Like, over 12 tanan. Ang denominator niya, sir, ba? Kaya sa balik, mo change mo siya, sir, depending on, like,
Masaya mo ba?
sa'yo mo man.
Sayo mahuman mag-reduce.
Ang sa Wigante, 12 yun, sir.
Di na
All the
i-reduce, sir.
time.
Di ba sakto po yung weighted average man. So like over 12. Pareha sa interest over to 6.
Muna ang hindi lang masulit, sir. Kasi like, if PPA na to, sir, the Wigan,
Okay, we talked naman nga, di ba sa borrowing cost we stick with Valix. We'll stick with Valix.
Kana rin lang difference sir. Pwede man po sir. Like over 12 gyapon pero ang process kay valid.
Tiso na kayo, lumog na kaya.
Kaya difference na di ba sir economy.
ano na po rin kasi
Lumog na kayo. We've agreed last time nga for borrowing cost we'll stick with Valix. Magwigan trata sa lease.
Sacrifice.
Dito yung sagol-sagol, maglibong sa mo. 29. Depreciation, same naman gyapon, same ra gyapon. This alpha. 30 is Bravo. Kani 31 na lang. Mo na yung gibuingon. Expenditures 120,000 incurred monthly for 5 months beginning May 1. This is.
Naprahe ka na sir.
So kani,
Over 12 na per me sir.
ang iyang gibuhat.
Oh sir.
So 120 times 5 over 12.
Awa, sir, so pinabalik niya. Kami, so pinabawigan.
4 over 12 siya sir.
Sige.
4 over 12 siya sir. May, June, July, August. Oh.
Saan number? Saan number?
Yan na, 120 times 4 times 3 times 2.
Mm.
$100,000 sir, over 12.
100,000 bito siya no.
Isa na sila mga gray areas.
Dito na yung appeal ng ingano. If we'll have an exam, we'll fix it lang. January to December.
Yes, sir, what if, sir?
Dili na ma-appeal.
So, 30, sir, way labot, sir, 30.
So, iingon na nasa department sir pag-realize nila sir balik na magbalik. Dagan kay kwan.
Lagi dagan kay inconsistency.
Makasama sir ba?
Maglibog tag samot.
Exam ka sir, pag-imod ka sir, maanad ka sa isa.
You're right sa evaluation, di ba naman ang evaluation sa kuan?
Yes, sir. Sa to,
Ano, ang sa course ba?
Ah,
Kanang end of the sem ba?
pero ang teachers.
Di naman na isa teacher, naman na isa course.
What can you say about
Oh, yes. Ara niyo evaluation. Teacher mo yung dumtan pero may good one.
Professor, parang
There are two parts man sa evaluation, ang teacher side o ang course mismo. I-comment, like, wako ka ba saan ako pag-argue yun yung balik. So, 32. We'll skip mga borrowing costs. We're done naman with borrowing costs. Basta we'll stick with Valix sa borrowing costs. We've agreed with.
Really answer reveal.
Ha?
Hindi pa kayo sa answers.
Ay, okay. Masa mo to number? 31 is Alpha. 32 is Charlie. 30. Oh, sige, balik tayo na later. 33 is Bravo. 34 is Alpha. Ang unsa to wa? 29. 29 is Alpha. 28 kay Bravo. Okay. Biological and intangible assets. Sige.
Uy, airdrop.
Let's start with intangible asset. Number 1. Sige. Apa mo siya sa intangible asset? Ano sa'yo nakalisod sa goodwill? Sa'yo naman goodwill?
Apil, di good.
Mas cute mo sa mga bata.
Goodwill. Ang goodwill kasagaran is kanang part sa cash generating units, yan, impairment.
Pero okay, dahil ko dun, sir, pero ito na, buta ka to ganing, earning something.
Dili na appeal.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Katong kuan, katong capitalize at 10%. There's a pattern to that. That's easy as well. Basta makita niyo yung pattern. Pero it's not included sa kuan. Number 1, an intangible asset. What's the answer? Which one is incorrect? Delta, that's right. Because CPA. Number 2. Ay, sorry. Wait, I had something.
Ako sa ikaduha.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Question na nakapana if ang sales tax or VAT kay included ba daw pag capitalize or dili? Lahi man ang sales tax o VAT, sir, sa
Actually, sales tax and VAT kay in Philippines business taxes mo gud siya.
So, i-appeal nila. Gray area!
I will not use the term sales tax. If mag-mention ko, I'll mention VAT.
Recoverable.
So, deduction.
No, VAT walay labot. Not deduct, walay labot.
What if 4 years tax?
Di siya i-capitalize.
Yes.
But if sales tax, capitalize.
Di ka na
Well, we can say so, but I will not include the term sales tax. VAT, yes, VAT is more common. VAT is more localized sa Philippines.
Sir, what if customs duties, sir?
Appeal, of course.
Appeal.
Hmm. You cannot import man the asset if di ka mo bayad sa custom duties, meaning it's necessary.
Nakuha ni mo, Gach.
Okay, number 2. Which one is incorrect? Answer is delta. 3. Which one is incorrect? Delta. Initial operating losses. This is true to all assets. Machineries naman na initial operating losses, wala sa nailapot. Number 4. All of the following except delta. Trainings are not included as well. 5. Shall be expensed as incurred except meaning asa may i-capitalize. Answer is delta. Number 6. Alpha. I remember making a departmental exam. The answer is Charlie Rigid from 1 to 50.
Ay, sir, cost. Cost accounting, sir. Nakahibong ka, may parang cost accounting.
Wala ka kasakay ka sa
Sir,
kanto.
kailangan sa support, sir. Sir, C for Simon.
So, see, nakaya for sir.
You can try. You can try. Number 7, amortization method. If such pattern cannot be determined, then that's alpha. 8, factors are the factors that are considered in determining the useful life. Except bravo. Wait, dili Mumatter mo na siya sa obsolescence. Delta residual value. 9. Directly attributable cost of preparing the intangible asset for its intended use includes all of the following except initial operating losses. Wag na siya ilabot. 10. Which item below does not qualify as an intangible? Notebook. 11. Which of the following items would qualify as an intangible? Delta. 12. Which disclosure is not required? Delta. 13. Amortization of intangible asset with finite useful life shall commence when